Ready?
Okay. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Today is Tuesday, May 19th, 2026. The time is 7 p.m. We will now call to order the meeting of the South Miami City Commission. If you could please silence or turn off your cell phones, we would be grateful. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes. Mayor Fernandez,
Present.
Commissioner Monish,
Here.
Commissioner Kaye,
Here.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Here.
Vice Mayor Corey.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If we could please stand for a brief prayer, followed by the pledge led by Commissioner Kaye. Since we just celebrated Law Enforcement Week, I thought we'd offer a prayer up for our police officers. Almighty God, whose great power and eternal wisdom embraces the universe, watch over all the members of our law enforcement community everywhere. Protect them from harm in the performance of their duty. Help them, we pray, keep our streets and homes safe day and night. Grant them strength and courage in their daily assignments, and unite them safely with their families after duty has ended. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Colleagues, with your permission, I have to leave early this evening, given a family commitment. So I'd like to suggest that we take some items out of order after public remarks, so that may require all of our presence. I'm going to suggest the following order for this evening. We'll do two brief presentations. So F1, I'd like to take in combination with item 6. Then do a brief presentation for Goodwill Week. I'm going to add that on if there's no objection. And then I'd like to take items 9, 10, and 11, which are the land use item, which I imagine a good number of people are here for. Item 13, which is the modification to the TOD rules. And there is one discussion item, which is M3, which I'd like to just give Commissioner Rodriguez the opportunity to discuss with the full body here. Any objection to proceeding in that fashion? I'd also like to suggest, if the board is amenable, I'd like to defer item 14, which is the sustainability modifications we've discussing, and move that to June 9th, okay? Okay. And again, I apologize, but it is my daughter's graduation event, so I do need to get there for a portion of it. So with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to defer item 14, so we can get the agenda in the proper posture. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so I'll move it. Second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Any objection? Yes.
Mayor, do you also want to defer item 12 as well?
Item 12 is the companion,
It's the solar moratorium item.
well, I
It may
think
be affected by the sustainable development.
it is, but I thought we need to extend it anyways, do we not? It's second reading for the extension of the moratorium?
We can extend it. It would be better to consider them together, and then
Okay.
you can determine whether you want to.
Okay, any
That would be my
objection to
suggestion.
deferring item 12 as well then?
No,
Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so a motion by Commissioner Guy, a second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Everyone's quick today. Okay. Well, thank you. Without opposition, show that also deferred to June 9th. Yes? Mr. Vice Mayor? I'm assuming he'll jump in if he's got any objection?
No objection.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so show items 12 and 14 deferred to June 9th. With that, let's open up the floor to public remarks. If you've not signed up for public remarks, we do have a sign-in sheet here in the front. John, we have a list? Thank you.
Usually first.
And anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand if you'd like to speak.
Good evening. Kick us off, John Edward.
John Edward Smith, resident of South Miami, actually 52 years, and business owner for 44 in South Miami. I'd like to call your attention to what I am referring to as preserving art in public places. SOMI Magazine has published in this spring issue a seminal piece, I believe, on a look at public art in South Miami. There are 3 pieces in this article that I would like to call your attention to. The first here are the bas reliefs that are at the entrance to the Silva Martin Building. I don't know what plans you all have for the Silva Martin Building, which I'm very concerned, but these bas reliefs go back to the 1930s and part of the WPA project in the United States. The second is we have 3 sculptures, cement sculptures, one in Dante Fussell, one outside of City Hall, and a painted cement football player at Palmer Park. The one I'm concerned about in terms of preserving is the swimmer in front of City Hall. Casual notice, number 1, it needs to be very cleaned, but also I think there's some minor cracks, so that whole thing will have to be looked at by professionals to seal it before moving it, and obviously the logical place would be our Aquatic Center. The last piece I'd like to call your attention to, actually there are 2, but I only have pictured one, is the Xavier Cortada glass murals on the Shops at Sunset Place. These were installed by Nike when the Nike store opened there. They are huge. They're 24 feet high, magnificent colored glass. I mean, he's a well-established, we all know, Miami artist. When I'm looking at this piece, I'm looking at the side of Gibson Bethel Community Center, facing a field where kids are playing, and they're seeing and witnessing beautiful art. The other relief, or excuse me, the other piece is a baseball player, and actually this morning I don't have that. This morning with the manager, he was thinking that maybe Palmer Park would be a place to put that piece, but certainly we need to be looking at preserving these, and you know, we have funds in our Art in Public Places fund, whatever it is, so that's something I would just like to call your attention to going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, we've got Jessica Feingold next on the agenda, on the list, excuse me. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Feingold. I am an attorney and a resident at 7931 Southwest 58th Avenue. And I'm here tonight regarding consent agenda item 7, the Safe Streets and Roads for All program, specifically to urge this commission to prioritize the installation of a 4-way stop, a marked pedestrian crosswalk, and a rectangular rapid flashing beacon at the intersection of Southwest 58th Avenue and Southwest 80th Street. The City of Pleasant Living is more than a motto. It's something we all cherish, and it's a promise to the families, children, and seniors who call this community home. I'm here tonight asking this commission to help keep that promise by making the intersection of Southwest 58th and Southwest 80th Street safe. Southwest 58th Avenue serves as a primary walking route for residents accessing Veterans Park, what our neighborhood affectionately calls the Baby Park, as well as Dante Fussell Park and in general the neighborhood. On any given day, 10 to 15 children are at the Baby Park, toddlers in strollers and wagons, kids on bicycles, siblings, parents, grandparents, and caregivers. To reach it, everyone must cross Southwest 80th Street at this intersection, and right now there's no traffic control requiring drivers to stop. No stop sign on Southwest 80th Street, no marked crosswalk, no flashing beacon. Drivers simply do not stop and are speeding down our streets, even when families with young children are trying to cross. I have lived in my home since September 2025, less than 8 months, and I have personally witnessed 8 accidents at this intersection. 3 of those occurred within 9 weeks at the start of 2026 alone, January 4th, January 16th, February 19th, and an additional 4th on March 10th. These are not near misses, and since January 2021, there have been approximately 23 documented crash incidents at this intersection, not counting the additional traffic detail calls, directed patrols, and citizen complaints also logged, which suggests ongoing community concern well beyond the crashes themselves. What makes this intersection particularly alarming is not just the frequency of the crashes, it is the combination of factors that make a tragedy involving a pedestrian, in particular a child, almost inevitable. At the same time, drivers face no stop requirement and routinely fail to yield. There's a critical visibility problem on the northwest corner, exactly where the sidewalk ends and where the pedestrians, often parents and caregivers, pushing strollers or children on bicycles, must step into the road to cross. Overgrown landscaping on that corner severely obstructs sight lines in both directions. Drivers cannot see pedestrians until they're already in the road, and families cannot see oncoming traffic until it is too late. These two conditions together, no traffic control and no visibility, are a recipe for a catastrophic incident. It is not a question of if, but when someone is seriously hurt at this intersection. I've collected approximately 140 signed and certified petitions from neighbors and stakeholders in this community, submitted to the city clerk in April, all in support of installing a traffic and pedestrian safety measure at this intersection. The Safety Action Plan before you tonight establishes the framework for exactly this kind of action, yet the intersection of Southwest 58th Avenue and Southwest 80th Street was not included among the priority project recommendations. I respectfully ask that this commission take 3 actions tonight. First, direct the Department of Public Works to continue to assess the critical issues related to this intersection as part of its ongoing safety study of the area, specifically for the installation of a 4-way stop, a marked pedestrian crosswalk, and a rectangular rapid flashing beacon. Second, direct staff to identify funding options, including through the federal Safe Streets and Roads for All program. And third, as Southwest 80th Street is a Miami-Dade County maintained roadway, firmly engage Miami-Dade County as a partner in these safety improvements and advocate on behalf of our community to bring all parties to the table. The data is clear, the community has spoken, and the need is urgent. Please do not wait for a child to be seriously hurt. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, you may.
Ma'am,
Ms. Feingold, if you
I
come
have
back.
a question for you because I'm drawing a blank, totally my bad. There's a 4-way stop on 80. It's
On
like
59th,
59.
So it's one
It's a
block over?
Yeah.
it's like a block down
Okay.
on 80th Street.
Thank you.
Yeah,
but-
and
Yeah, I couldn't remember where it was. Okay,
Yeah, it's just down, but the sidewalk on Southwest 58th Avenue is on the northeast side, and then the park is on the other side of 80th. It's directly across the street.
yeah, I have
Veterans Park.
those locations I have clear. I just didn't know where the stop sign was.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No.
No.
thank you.
Commissioner, there's also 2 parks on the one side, right? There's Veterans Park on the south side, and there's Van Smith Park on the north.
North side.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you. I just wanted to write it
Mr.
down.
Manager, just on that item, can we have a capital improvements plan workshop on the 9th? Can we just make sure we add that to the list? And
Yeah, it's-
Chief, if you can get us the traffic crash data for the intersection. I know my daughter was involved in an accident at that corner last year. Yeah, no, so what happens is people get very comfortable with, they get accustomed to the 4-way movement and stop a block down, and they assume it's a 4-way stop and often will enter the intersection, and a collision results. So that was the circumstance in the accident she was a passenger in. So thank you for bringing that issue forward. Appreciate it. Anyone else would like to address this commission in public remarks? 1 minute. Sir, you're recognized. Good to see you again.
Remember, you got someone online.
I don't remember what it was that Mr. Smith said about something at Palmer Park, but it comes to my mind. I was chair of the Recreation Board for 20 years, and of course at South Miami Middle School for 30 years. And I just caution you to be aware of the fact that you have a contract with the with the Dayton County School Board, and the school system nor the city can put anything out on the field without making the other aware of it and see if there's any minor disagreements. But we have had, the city and the school system have had a tremendous relationship for a long time. And I don't want to see that stop because let's put it this way, it's been very peaceful.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else in the chamber who'd like to address this commission in public remarks? Anyone else on the list, John? Are you here for an item on any of the land use items? Because we will recognize public comment at that time. Come forward quickly, sir. Yeah.
He's here for the Thelma, I was gonna
Oh,
call.
you are, okay.
He's here for Thelma Gibson.
There's a discussion item on that you're here for. We'll recognize you at that time to speak.
I am Reynold Martin. I'm at 6201 Southwest 61st Street, and I want to thank this board for appointing me to the Health Facilities Board, where we assisted the Baptist hospital system to maintain some facilities that will make healthcare accessible to this community from now until the very distant future. But in addition to their attempting to do that, they provided the city with some resources that they can use to help other health organizations provide services.
Mr. Martin, would you like to speak now or when the item's called?
I'm speaking now.
Okay, fair enough.
I think those folks that know more about the organization I'm speaking of will tell you more about what they can do and what they do in this community and other communities to lesser served individuals, elderly and young people. But I think that it's a wonderful opportunity for this commission to assist the health maintenance organization in another community that brings services to this community. So I would ask you to consider favorably the request to provide some support for the Thelma Gibson Health Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Good to see you again. Anyone else? I know we have Mayor Robina online. Seeing no one in the chamber, Mayor Robina, you're recognized if you'd like to unmute yourself, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, City Clerk. It's really an honor, and I'm here basically, let me see if you can see me. It's nice to see a face. There you go. I'm actually here to congratulate my good friend, and I want to thank you all on the dais for considering Larry Corbin, I call him our Mark McGuire of South Miami, to consider. We're losing one of our best, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a real honor that you guys took the time to name this building after him. So I'm here in support and just to say thank you for recognizing people that really should be recognized. Also want to put in a little plug for his wife, Lisa. When you all build that new building, at least name a room for Lisa, because she's been there step with him. So hopefully there'll be a Lisa Corbin room also. So that's one of the things I wanted to speak about. Second of all, I just saw that John Edward Smith brought up some issues on the artwork, and that artwork is very precious. All of it, all of the ones that were recognized, we should find another place to put it. And I now have a personal attachment to that football player, Mr. Ward does too, over at the South Miami Middle School, because now probably the most known national figure that just went pro is a Gray Ghost.
He is.
And that reminds me, that concrete statue reminds me of none other than Fernando Mendoza. He is a Gray Ghost, and that's great. And Mr. Mayor, last thing, I want to thank Commissioner Steve Kaye and Commissioner Rodriguez and you, Mr. Mayor, as we are getting ready to engage in what I call somewhat of a battle to try to get that Ludlam Trail back up and running. Commissioner Bonich, I know you're ready to battle this too. We spoke about it. No sunshine laws were broken. We talked separately. But that said, I look forward to working with you all because there really is now a push. We've gathered a group of people to really make this thing happen. And you know, it's all about the squeaky wheel getting the oil. But again, I want to thank Commissioner Kaye for briefing me, explaining to me where you're at, but more importantly, publicly also want to thank Dade County Commissioner Orbis, that's also working on it, and I had the pleasure of being appointed to the Miami Loop by a former employee of South Miami, now Commissioner Ralph Rosado. So I'm looking forward to getting our 26 years in the making Ludlam Trail done and hopefully attached to all of the other loop projects. So that's it for this evening. Thank you, guys. And again, thank you so much for remembering this wonderful Assistant Chief, Larry Corbin, and his wife, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great to have you on.
Thank you.
Anyone else online, Madam Clerk?
Anyone else on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand if you would like to speak during public remark.
And final call in the chamber, if there's anyone else who would like to address us in public remarks. Okay, seeing none, we will close public remarks. And Madam Clerk, if you could read F1 and item 6, please, for the record.
F1, recognition of Assistant Chief Larry Corbin. And item 6, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving the naming of the South Miami Police Department Station in honor of Assistant Chief Larry Corbin.
Thank you. Chief Hatfield, you are recognized, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, members of our South Miami community, and any distinguished guests. Tonight I stand before you in support of item number 6 that carries an extraordinary meaning for the South Miami Police Department. We're not simply discussing the naming of a police headquarters, we're recognizing a legacy and honoring a man whose impact on this department reaches far beyond title, rank, or years of service. Every building begins with a foundation, and for decades, Larry Corbin has been one for this department. Assistant Chief Larry Corbin began his career with the South Miami Police Department in 1987, and for nearly 4 decades, he has dedicated his life to serving the city and the people in it. He has served under 8 police chiefs, earned more than 200 commendations and awards, and built a career most people could only hope to achieve. But Larry's legacy was never built on just awards. It was built on the people and the relationships. He mentored officers, he guided supervisors, he shaped careers. He changed lives within these walls. For many, Larry became more than a supervisor. He became the person people sought for advice, for encouragement, and sometimes simply because they needed someone they could trust. He led with humility, he led with compassion, and he led with his heart. Next month, Larry will receive one of the highest honors in our profession through his induction into the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Hall of Fame. There's no one more deserving. Larry represents the very best of the profession. This item on the agenda will be prominently displayed in the future South Miami Police Headquarters if approved, and maybe that's what it makes this moment so special. Because while walls and buildings may change, people's legacy carry forward. The officers Larry's mentored, the leaders he's helped shape, and the lives impacted inside these walls will walk into a future headquarters and carry with them the values, lessons, and examples he gave them. Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for your consideration and support of this item.
Thank you, Chief. Colleagues, we've got an action item. Would anyone like to make any comments before we entertain a motion on item 6?
I'll say a comment.
Please, you're recognized, sir.
I just want to make this brief. I've gotten to know Larry and Lisa over the last year and a half. We've shared some barbecue together. I didn't have Bacardi Limon. I couldn't do that. But, you know, good conversation, spent some time. And I think for me, it is an honor to be where I am right now to give you the honor you're about to receive. So thank you for everything you've done, and it's sad to see you go.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, ma'am, you're recognized.
You know, you guys are really special. Larry and Lisa are special people. To me, because I know them here, there, everywhere. I think that it's not often you run into people like you guys. And I appreciate you, and I'm thankful that I've gotten to know you and that you'll be here even when you're not here because your name will be here. Hopefully, Lisa, you know, will be able to party, because you'll be retired. She can pretend kind of like she's retired. But But in all seriousness, I think that you are what most South Miami police officers look up to, or at least should. I think you're a wonderful person who's, blah, 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 that Chief Hatfield said, shows the world, or people who don't know you, how special you are. They don't need to show us. We already know. Congratulations on your retirement. I hope you enjoy it.
To put your name on a building means a lot. And it was a decision that we all took, and we understood what it meant. And in your career, what you've done for the city, for the people, for the community, for all the mayors, all the commissioners, the staff, the presence that you have in the city is by far something that's felt, not only seen, but loved. And it's an honor for us to decide that, and for future and forever, whatever the building is, and how soon we can get that thing built. So it'll be such an honor to have your name on there representing what we appreciate, and all the guys that are and guys and girls that are coming after you to look up and see that, and hopefully look you up and see what you did for our city. It's a great honor, and congratulations.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Mr. Vice Mayor, you're recognized if you'd like to add some comments.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say that the city, obviously, residents are constantly praising our police, and you've been a rock and a foundation there for such a very, very long time. And I'm so honored, as well as Commissioner Rodriguez said, to be able to give you this honor. So congratulations to you on your retirement. Congratulations to you as well, Lisa, and thank you very much.
Mr. Manager, do you want to go?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor. Certainly, from a point of personal privilege, I think it would have been more fitting to name a barbecue girl after him instead of the building, but we settled on what's before you. No, I personally want to thank, even though I've only been here 3 years since January, hit my mark then, coming in and knew right away, certainly of Larry and his reputation, but he stepped up to take on a role that was really important, which was become the assistant chief at a time when we had a chief coming from the outside. And that partnership to be able to support the new chief as it relates to history, the department, the community, was critically important. And I appreciate his willingness to step up and take up that leadership role. You could have just kind of write it out as a captain, but you didn't. You understood that was what's needed and the organization needed, and you put the organization before you. So I appreciate that. It's been an honor for me to work with Larry. I know it's called the Larry Corbin Building, but Lisa somehow it's getting in that.
It's got to be a Lisa plaque.
Yeah,
for
the
Lisa.
Larry Corbin, not really, but Lisa, something like that. But it's been an honor for me, and coming from public safety, I certainly respect the fact of somebody that leads in the manner that you've led and the way that you've led with humbleness. And as an assistant chief, you see that pickup truck heading out here when there was emergency calls out in the city and responding, just like you did when you first started as an officer on day one. So the fact that you still had that fire and dedication is admirable. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of the city, behalf of me, and for stepping up to take on a greater leadership role at a time that I know Chief Hatfield really needed. So thank you.
So I'll close with yet another thank you. Chief Corbin, Lisa, I thought Chief Hatfield had it tough stepping into the shoes of Chief Landa, who I often told is the best politician in all of South Miami. Everybody loved that guy. He was on the street everywhere. I want to be as affable as he was, but it's your quiet leadership and your energy, Lisa, that really have been the bedrock of the department for as long as you've been with us. I could imagine a department, and without any disrespect to Chief Landa, without Chief Landa in the future, it's hard for me to comprehend how we're going to evolve here. And so to whoever succeeds, both of you, formerly as chief, but the combined energy you both bring as a couple to this department, my hat's off to that person. They've got a tough assignment ahead of them, because the impact you've left is certainly worthy of this honor and beyond that. So again, thank you. We wish you nothing but the best in this next chapter, and it goes without saying your home is always here in South Miami. With that, can I get a motion on item 6, please?
I'll move it.
Is there a second? A motion to approve item 6 by Commissioner Bonich and a second by Commissioner Rodriguez. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, and then we'll call up Chief Corbin and Mrs. Corbin to be recognized to speak.
Okay, Commissioner Kaye,
An emphatic yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonish,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes,
Item passes 5-0.
thank you. I think there were a couple other Corys that voted yes in the background. so.
Every Corey is in support, right?
Chief Corbin, come on up, say a few words. Lisa, please come on up.
Chief Corbin, tonight we would like to present you with this first commemorative brick representing the future of the South Miami Police Larry Corbin headquarters. Because someday when officers walk through those doors, many may never have had the opportunity to work beside you, but they will still benefit from what you built. They will work alongside leaders you mentored within the culture you shaped and within the department made better because of your influence. It is only fitting that this department builds towards its future. Your name and your legacy become part of the foundation as well. On behalf of the men and women of the South Miami Police Department, thank you for your leadership, your friendship, and for everything you've given to this department, the city, and the people fortunate enough to have served alongside you. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you for your support on this item.
I think we may want to throw in a grill for the barbecue beyond the brick, so, no.
Wow, this is amazing. I've been here a long time. I got a lot to say, but I'm not going to say a lot.
You got 3 minutes.
I'm not even gonna take that. You know, when I started this journey back in 1987, it was following my father's footsteps, who's here today, Ken Journey. He was a highway patrolman. I was doing this job because I wanted to be a policeman. I wanted to fight crime. And I never did it for acclimates, I never did it for awards. I certainly never did it for having my name on a building. It's truly an honor. I've worked with a lot of great people. They're all here today. I'm an emotional guy, as you can tell.
You're doing a good job.
I've worked with a lot of great leaders. It's only fitting that I finished with Chief Hatfield. I worked with a lot of great members of the dais, like Mayor Julio Urbina. There's just so many I've had relationship with. In fact, Mayor Cunningham, I don't know if you know this, but if you're familiar with him, I'm sure you are, but I was in a building the other day that happened to be his old florist. It's right next to the hotel. And he did the flowers for my wife and I's wedding. And it's getting ready to get torn down. It's kind of a touching moment going in there. But I just want to say that, you know, I gave my life to this place, and I'm appreciative of what you've given me. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Take a picture? Yeah, please.
You guys
No, thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if we can read into the record items 9, 10, and 11, and then we'll have the requisite quasi-judicial warnings read by council.
Item 9, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving or denying a variance application pursuant to Section 20-5.9 of the Land Development Code, seeking to exceed the maximum lot coverage allowed for single floor plate requirements for the floor plates of the 5th and 6th floors for a proposed large-scale development within the Transit Supportive Neighborhood Area, TSNA, sub-district of the Transit Supportive Development District, TSDD, located at 6404 through 6504 Southwest 57th Avenue.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. C, oh, sorry, she's got to go 9 and 10, yes, please. My apologies.
That's right. Item 10, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving or denying a large-scale development special exception application pursuant to Section 20-8.7 of the City of South Miami Land Development Code for the off-campus student apartments on the 2.73-acre development site located at 6404 through 6504 Southwest 57th Avenue.
Madam Clerk, if you can hold for a second, I forgot that I wanted to recognize Mr. Landsberg, who's also here for Goodwill Week. So, David, could you come on up? Sorry. And I'll deliver the proclamation personally to your house tomorrow, because I forgot to tell the clerk to prepare it for me. But stay right there. I wanted to give you, if you don't know, we have the honor of calling one of our own, the president of Goodwill Industries of South Florida here, Mr. Landsberg, who is a resident of South Miami and a distinguished leader in our community, not just in his current role, but in his past role with the Miami Herald. This past week, we celebrated Goodwill Week, and I wanted to just give him an opportunity to kind of highlight the tremendous work that organization does, employing people, retraining people, repurposing stuff. Just if you could just share a bit about what Goodwill Week represents and what the organization is doing currently in our community.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate the opportunity to be recognized. I want to take a moment to thank the good people of South Miami for supporting Goodwill's mission. Whether you realize it or not, every time you donate something to Goodwill, it goes to an incredibly good cause. Many people know that we've got donation centers and stores, but many don't know what we really do as a nonprofit is workforce development, particularly training people with disabilities and barriers to work to be able to be functional in a work role. We've been doing that for the last 67 years. I'm happy to tell you that it is better than ever. Goodwill South Florida, our Goodwill, now stands at 3,000 employees. That 3,000 is the 17th largest employer in the region. And it's made up by more than 1,000 people with a federal level disability and another 1,400 people with a very significant barrier to work. Each year, about 1,000 actually graduate into community jobs, and we've got the opportunity all over again this year to bring another 1,000 people in, get them trained, and have them participate in our workforce. And to me, it's a great blessing to lead this organization. I also want to thank the city for always supporting an attended donation center within the city limits. In case you didn't know, it is behind the construction at the Petco. It is one of our best and most generous
Future Sprouts.
displays.
Future Sprouts.
Yeah, Future Sprouts,
There you
that's
go,
right.
yeah.
Future Sprouts. But your generosity as a community is obvious. It's one of our best trailers. So thank you so much. I would also just say that being honored is one thing, but being honored in the city of Pleasant Living, of which I've been a resident for the last 41 years,
Oh, wow.
is a particular delight. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and Commissioner.
Before we let you go, one of my favorite experiences with Goodwill, I mean, it's, if you've not been out to, they've got a fantastic, incredible facility where they provide commercial service laundry. We worked on a deal that unfortunately did not happen, where we were hoping to employ Goodwill on a convention center hotel project. But the scale of the operation, 3,000 employees, the array of services that they provide to the community, I would invite my colleagues to go out there and visit with Mr. Landsberg and his team, because it really is eye-opening. But my favorite all-time moment with Goodwill is the Spirit of Goodwill Band. So if you can share a bit about that, and I would love, Mr. Manager, as part of our celebration of America's 250th anniversary, if we could possibly figure out a way to invite the band to come out and play at our event on July 4th. But if you could share a bit about the band, that would be great.
Of course, we're most interested in Goodwill about all things work and preparing people for the workforce, but we also are very much about giving time for people to do the things they truly love. So there are 25 members of our workforce who come out of their jobs for a couple hours on Wednesday and Thursday mornings. I would say it's an open invitation for anybody that wants to come visit to see people with pretty profound neurodiversity be able to play together in a way that you just couldn't imagine. It's spectacular. They are the best representatives we got. When you listen to them and look at them play, you realize what we're doing here is shining a light on capability rather than focusing on disability. And the people of Goodwill show that every day in their work and their spirit.
Thank you, David. Again, thank you for your tremendous service to our community, for your leadership at Goodwill. I mean, for me, that experience, I got to serve a mayor before the city of Miami in 2009, who was the president of his conference of mayors. We hosted that conference here that year. They played in front of a house full of mayors at the Adrian R. Center, and there was not a dry eye in the place. It was really a fantastic experience. It's an incredibly talented group of musicians, and you're absolutely right. It was just the best example of the vast capabilities that neurodivergent people possess. So thank you for being a force for good. We're grateful to have you here in South Miami. Let's take a quick picture, and I owe your proclamation.
All right.
Hold on, Mayor, can I ask a quick question? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dan.
Sorry.
Mr. Landsberg, thank you. Two things. We just opened up a Unique Abilities Board here in the city of South Miami, where we're encouraging a lot of the community with unique disabilities. And one of the major things that we've seen, and we just had a major summit in Key Biscayne with a lot of different cities throughout Miami-Dade County, is how do we start incorporating a lot of these people back into the workforce? So I think you've already set a good example on how to start doing that. I would love to pick your brain, and if I can follow up on the mayor's suggestion that we can get a tour and understand that, I would love to have a couple minutes with you guys
Absolutely.
to fully understand that.
And I can tell you, we very much focus on government as the customer. One of the incredible businesses that we run is a commercial cleaning business that cleans every Dade County, state, and federal location in all of South Florida. 140 buildings, 5.5 million square feet a night. it supports a workforce of 250 people with a federal level disability. So we're very interested. We are expanding into the building cleaning, pressure washing business, many other things. There's a lot of ways the city can engage. We're happy to host you and brainstorm.
Appreciate it.
Commissioner Rodriguez, you recognized.
Hello, David, how you doing?
Great, thank you.
So how do you, what is it that the Goodwill does to train these people to put them back into the workforce? How do you train them, if I may ask? And then I
Yeah,
have-
so the very best way is real work, right? So we run the stores. We run a very large apparel manufacturing plant in Allapattah, 21 and 21 Northwest. That plant has 1,000 cut and sew people work. I don't know if you all know this. Miami has a great history in the apparel industry, Hialeah and Allapattah in particular. But your Goodwill has 1,000 people sewing military uniforms in our main plant. And that is an incredible way to get into a job, understand it. The 1,000 people that leave us each year is a voluntary opt-out into maybe a higher paying job, a job that they might want to do more, a job that's closer to home. So really what our work opportunity is for many is a vocational rehab, learning what it is I do when I come to the job, from my transportation to how I get along with the boss and my coworkers, how I look at work. And believe it or not, people that derailed from 15 interviews when they came to see us are able to leave Goodwill after a year or 2 years and win that job through an interview. And we give them a bunch of support while they're there. Everybody with a disability has a counselor while they're at Goodwill. And if they elect to stay for an entire career, they have that same counselor. It's almost like family over all of those years. So it's really the connection, it's the wraparound services and the support, and really being a nurturing place that lets them find their comfort and work. And of course, it's the biggest self-esteem generator of anything. And they often many go from the roles of disability, federal disability, to leaving that for a full-time job with benefits at more than minimum wage. And so really, it's turning many people that needed that support to people who are now taxpayers.
So the reason I asked that is over the last few months, I've created it's a partnership, which is now South Miami and Miami-Dade College, where Miami-Dade College is offering free upskilling, basically certifying anybody who's interested. Most of these are for management positions. So if anyone that, it rises to the top that wants to search or, seek a management position or something else, I mean, there's an array of positions or certifications that Miami-Dade County is offering. It's fully paid for. They do, one of the things that we did on the last, we've had a few seminars. The last one we did was resume building. So if they need anything with resume building, we're doing different things. They offer federal financial aid, even childcare for if any of them have children. So I would love to get with you, and if you're interested, it's something we can do a partnership where you can bring some of those people that you have to one of our events, and we'll show them how to sign up with Miami-Dade College, and they can get certified at no cost.
Excellent. And I can also just tell you briefly, because we want the mayor to make it to his event.
Yeah, true.
Especially that's a
You're right.
family event. That now that we are 3,000 employees large, we know we're not going to solve the entire community's problem by being bigger and bigger and bigger. And so we are now refocused on sending large numbers of people direct from interview to training into the community. So we too have opened up upskilling opportunities in high volume, high turnover jobs where we can solve a problem of an employer. They have started in the fields of construction, general construction, HVAC, and solar installation. So now Goodwill is going to be a very sizable trainer and placer of people with legit certification that they earned while they were earning a stipend to train. So we're headed in that direction. It is a really smart thing to do.
Okay, thank you.
So
Thank
colleagues,
you all so much.
no, thank you. And again, it's not all roses for Mr. Landsberg. He's got some challenges. It's been a particularly difficult year. I don't want to get into those issues, but I do want to invite you to speak to him because a lot of stuff that's happening at the federal level, in particular, is impacting his workforce. And I think it'd be just educational for you all to have a window into that conversation as well. So again, thank you for all your good work.
Thank you.
And let's come on up and invite your family to take a picture with us.
All right.
Thank you.
Fam?
This it?
Okay, Madam Clerk, now you can go back to reading item 10. Sorry about that.
Okay, I read item 9 and item 10, and item 11, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving a development agreement with Subtext Acquisitions LLC for the off-campus student apartments on the 2.73 acre development site located at 6404 through 6504 Southwest 57th Avenue pursuant to section 20-8.7 of the City of South Miami Land Development Code.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. City Attorney, you're recognized for the warning and swearing in.
Thank you, Mayor. These three items seek approval. They're companion items that seek approval for student housing development proposal by Subtext Acquisitions for the properties located at 6404 and 6504 Red Road. Item 9 seeks approval of a variance to allow a footprint for levels 5 and 6 of the project that exceed the maximum 20,000 square feet. For those two levels. Item 10 is a large-scale development special exception under section 20-8.7 of the city's land development code. Item number 11 is a development agreement that is required for any of these projects. So the first two items, a variance and large-scale development special exception, those are quasi-judicial. The third item, the development agreement, is not. It is legislative, or at best quasi-legislative. The development agreement nevertheless requires a public hearing under the city's code. For efficiency, the same public hearing can serve for all three items. And in an abundance of caution, in order to afford the most due process possible to all parties, and without waiving the city's position that the resolution on the development agreement is in fact legislative in nature, the city should frame tonight's hearing within the city's quasi-judicial procedures with respect to presentations by staff, the applicant, and public comment. Madam Clerk has read the title of the resolutions. The public hearing should include presentation by staff and the applicant and public comment. And the commission can ask any questions either before or after public comment is closed. Following public comment, the commission may deliberate on each of the items. Take three separate votes. The quasi-judicial procedures require this commission to consider the evidence presented to it and base their decision on the applicable law and primarily on the evidence presented, whether by the applicant, staff, or members of the public. In considering each item, the commission should apply the criteria which for variances is in section 20-5.9, for large-scale special exceptions, Article 8 of the Land Development Code, as well as the professional analysis in the staff recommendation. The evidence considered must be substantial competent evidence. That means testimony or other evidence based on personal observation or relevant expert testimony that a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support a conclusion. It is not a popularity contest. It cannot be based solely on non-expert opinions, no matter how fervent those opinions might be. Everyone who seeks to speak on an item should be given an opportunity to speak during the public comment portion of each hearing. If you intend to provide testimonies to this item, you will be sworn in before your testimony is taken. Please know if you speak, you may be subject to cross-examination. If you refuse either to be cross-examined or to be sworn, your testimony will be considered in that context and given its due weight. General public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the commission to direct questions on their behalf to either staff or the applicant. At this time, anyone who wishes to speak should be sworn in. I'd ask that you please stand and raise your right hand if you intend to speak this evening on any of these 3 items. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Madam Clerk,
All right,
can you?
if we can, I believe there are members of the public that are here to speak as well. Are there any other members of the public who also intend to speak on this item? If so, we do need you to stand and be sworn in as well.
And anyone on Zoom who's going to speak
Correct.
on this item, please raise your virtual hand so I can unmute you.
No members of the public are going to speak on the item? Again, I just want to make sure everyone is sworn if they need to speak. Okay, Ms. Thomas, would you turn on your camera, please, so you can be sworn in? Good evening.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Ms. Thomas?
Ms. Thomas? Okay, we'll come back to her.
All right.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, can you confirm compliance with the advertising and notice requirements for this evening's hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. And then Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, have any of you had any ex parte communications over and above the ones that you disclosed previously?
You're right.
I spoke with one of them today,
With the applicant?
with the applicant's lawyer.
With the applicant's counsel? Got it. Regarding the application?
Yes.
Understood.
Thank you. I spoke with Ms. Reardon on Friday to ascertain what the status of our discussions with the neighbors and with counsel for the applicant today, just to confirm that there was some sort of understanding between the parties.
Thank you, Mayor.
I spoke with Developers Council briefly today, and I spoke with Ms. Reardon today about the project.
Great, thank you.
I actually spoke with the developers' council. That's all.
Great, thank you. Mayor?
We're ready to proceed,
Yes,
okay.
Brian,
please.
you need Brian.
Oh, that's right.
Mr. Vice Mayor, you recognized? Do you want to
Thank
unmute
you.
yourself?
I spoke with the team virtually about 2 weeks ago, and then right before the last meeting, and I spoke with Michelle Reardon today as well.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Okay,
Thank
we're ready
you,
to proceed. Mr. Alvarez, if you want to come up and present your understanding of any modifications to the project, we'd appreciate that. And then colleagues, we want to discuss all these items together.
Yes.
We do, okay, so then we'll go through any modifications to the development agreement if you can. Mr. Resio thereafter? Okay, thank you. Mr. Alvarez, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mark Alvarez for the City of South Miami Planning Department. We have received a modified application or modified site plan on dated May 12th. The last one that we were on was, I believe, dated April 29th. There are some small changes to the building, particularly to the west side, that create somewhat more of a change in movement in the walls. The effects on the consistency of this with the TSD zoning code are very minor, but I'll go through them anyway. We do have actually one bedroom that is in the current plan that is undersized. Instead of being 150 square feet, it's 142. We have a change, again, these are all fairly minor changes, but I do want to make note of them. We have a change in the parking count, which now it was at 395, it's gone to 394, is still consistent with the code requirements. There's a small change in the bicycle parking interior to the building that went from 195 to 193. Again, it is still consistent with the zoning requirements. I think one of the areas that we had a lot of discussion about the last time was bonus area, I'm sorry, not bonus area, excuse me, the open space area, which has been increased. Parts of the changes to create more movement in the building have been an increase in open space, particularly on the west side. So it is consistent. The open space increase comes out to 1,051 square feet. It goes from being 11.09% of open space where 10 is required, 10% is now at 12%. The building heights remain the same, and There are some small, again, there are changes in the movement of the wall on the building. Movement by movement, I mean the movement in and out from the surface. They are all consistent, and it's actually more movement than it had before. Again, particularly on the west side. And then finally, there was one other here. The building, the occupation of the land, the building coverage, as soon as I find it, has changed. It is decreased. Hold on a second, I lost the track of that. But anyway, the building coverage is decreased slightly again, so that is due to the greater amount of open space, and I'll tell you the numbers when I find it. And finally, the private open space has also decreased a little bit, but it is well within the requirements. It's gone down by 697 square feet to 33,641. And that would be it. As soon as I find the building coverage, I'll be happy to tell you. I've managed to lose it. There it is. The building coverage, we require 80% building coverage or a maximum of 80% on the land. It was at 79.6 before. It's gone down to 78%. Again, it's a reduction of 1,040 square feet of the building coverage on the land. So everything has moved a little bit. They're fairly minor moves. It's still consistent with the code.
Questions, Mr. Alvarez? Colleagues? None? Commissioner Rodriguez?
We're still at 772 beds?
No.
No.
Come down.
That has changed. The number of units is the same. We're at 760 beds, 240 apartments and 760 beds. It was 772 before.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Commissioner, any questions? Mr. Vice Mayor, any questions? Mr. Roberts, just really quickly before you go, again, I just want to, on the facade facing 57th Avenue, again, the building has been recessed in sections?
Yes.
Okay, so basically they replicated the move on the western facade, on the eastern facade as
The
well?
eastern, although the western has more movement.
Correct,
on
okay.
that facade.
And more, and obviously larger aperture. with
Correct.
Some spaces, okay. I think Commissioner Bonich wants to confirm that she's looking at what the final version is, yes.
It should say May 12th on the bottom.
Yeah, I have it right here.
Yeah, okay. May 12th, yes, it does. Okay, for the record, we're looking at a drawing dated May 12th to confirm that that is the drawing being approved. Okay. Okay, seeing no further questions, would the applicant like to add anything for the record?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Mario Garcia Serra with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue. Here this evening representing Subtext Acquisitions. I'm joined today by my client as well as the project team. This project has been subject to a lengthy presentation and discussion, so we will limit our presentation today to what has changed since this project was last presented. Even though this has been a long and demanding review process, I'm happy to say that it has led to a better project, and importantly, a project which has addressed the concerns of the neighbors directly across the street on the west side of Southwest 57th Court, as evidenced by the letter of no objection, which was circulated to each of you, signed by those neighbors. I will discuss what has changed number-wise with the project, and Mr. Bernardo Fortbreja will discuss what has changed with regards to design. Up there you have the numbers of the project right now. As already discussed, the unit count is 240, bedroom count has been reduced to 760. Compared to the maximums that are allowed by the code, it is 79% of what is allowed. At the very bottom there, we also touched upon that, the increase in public open space by about 1,000 square feet. And we're now at 20% over the minimum required for open space. The next slide provides some of the concessions or commitments that we've made to the neighbors. They include the outdoor amenity deck to be closed at 10 o'clock every day. providing a part-time overnight security officer for the first 3 years of operation, and providing a neighborhood liaison and community hotline for consistent open communication, explore permit parking enforcement and signage on the on-street parking along Southwest 57th Court, and also look at perhaps providing more on-street parking there in conjunction with the city and the county. Exploring traffic calming, in particular speed bumps along Southwest 57th Court between 64th and 66th Street, and also traffic calming along 64th and 66th Street between 57th Avenue and 58th Avenue. And then also hosting a job fair for construction and operation opportunities to work there once the operations already commenced, and also providing a construction liaison and point of contact during construction. So with that said, I'll ask Bernardo to now come up and show you some of the revised elevations and facades.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Bernardo Forbrescia. I'm an architect. There's a screen there. We're showing you this time ground level images, not aerials, so you really can see how people feel from the street. This is a view along the residential neighborhood where we have precisely attempted to create the same kind of breakup, almost like row houses, along the facade of the building. This is a 3-story facade on the west side, and it is, and this is the effect that we're trying to create by the terracotta tones and warm gray tones and white, and really doing a combination of tonality and recesses that create shadow lines, so that the building along the back is really a collection of buildings. Now, in addition to that, I don't know if I have the controls, great. In addition to that, you can see that we have a large courtyard, the dog park that is in the center, and we have created a series of recesses also along the building, a series of bamboo gardens that have divided the building into essentially 5 different sort of volumes, within which there are sub-volumes. And along the avenue, along the main street, you see this is a 6-story building, and we were asked to look into some artistic treatment where the entrance is and where the drop-off and garage are located. But the treatment is no longer a flat treatment, it's a 3-dimensional treatment. It's like a folding screen, you know, the old style folding screens that you can stand up on their own. But instead, it is doing the same thing with a 3-dimensional design, so it creates the effect of what is called a triptych in the art world. And it creates a statement right in the middle of the building. It is in addition to that, of course, we have also an additional recess, another one of the bamboo gardens, so that the buildings on each side are no longer just 2, but really 3, plus the entrance statement. These are some of the views of the landscaping that will create along the street. And you can see here what we mean by breaking up the mass of the building. There's different tonalities as well as shadow lines. So some of the volumes are projecting, there's recess in addition to that. So it's not a flat facade, it's a facade that has movement, and the way light hits it will create a series of shadow lines. And in that sense, I return to show you here how shadow lines are important. Now you can see here the bamboo garden on the left-hand side of the image. You can also see that in some cases, the balconies are projecting forward, so they create their own shadows along the facade so that they're not flat facades. You can see that the attempt is to create a village-like arrangement, a composition to the building. And I hope this clarifies some of the architectural effects that we have created with the perimeter of the building.
Thank you. Colleagues, any
very much.
questions of Mr. Forbrescia? None? Okay, thank you, sir.
Sorry, I lost my voice.
It's okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Bernardo. One item which I would like to make special mention of is that the northbound left-hand turn lane into the project, which is a critical component of the project, we have agreed as a condition of approval, whereby we will obtain the conceptual approval of that left-hand turn lane prior to issuance of a master permit, and we will complete and install that left-hand turn lane prior to issuance of a TCO. This has been a challenging but rewarding process. We feel that we have achieved a project which merits your approval. We would ask that you follow the recommendations of your staff and boards and to approve the requests that are before you. We're available, of course, for questions and any rebuttal if necessary.
Thank you, sir. Questions of the applicant? Yes, you're recognized.
We briefly discussed today that the landscaping around the building is beautiful, but people walk their pets. And so we need somewhere that has grass that is not the dog park so that people can, take their pets to go to the bathroom. Like I mentioned to you earlier, I travel with my dog. And I was in Nashville, in downtown Nashville. And the area that I was at, I had to walk 2 blocks to find a patch of grass for my dog to go to the bathroom. That is after staying in a hotel that accepts pets. And so I said, if your building accepts pets, even just service animals, which by law we have to do, there needs to be a place for those dogs to go to the bathroom at 11 o'clock at night. And second, please remember the art that is on the facade of the building has to go through art in public places. Don't make it the afterthought so that we are catching up to you. Please do it in the appropriate order so that it does not become an issue.
Understood. Mr. Mayor, if I might, on the particular point of
You're
dogs.
recognized. Go ahead.
The subtext does allow dogs within their developments. I discussed with the team, and we was further elaboration of the plans goes through building permit and so forth. We'll find places where we can trade shrubs for grass, so you have that space.
Colleagues, further questions? Mr. Kaya, you're recognized.
One of the things that we spoke about in the last meeting was the allocation or keeping of the current trees. Is that still?
Correct.
Okay.
That's
Just wanted
still
to
there
make
on
sure.
Southwest 57th Court.
Okay. Yeah, and I think the only other concern I had was the left turn. I think that's a big deal. In the future reference, colleagues, I think that as this building goes up, and then we have the one Railroad Commons, the cross streets and what we're seeing with the underline activation, I do foresee a lot of people from the community and from these students crossing that street on 57th a lot more. So I urge us to really look at the crosswalk sections along 57th corridor as we proceed with this new implementation.
Commissioner, just on that point, I mean, one of my big ambitions, hopefully for the CRA, will be to enhance lighting and the cross connectivity across 57th Avenue and just improve the pedestrian condition generally in the Marshall-Winston neighborhood. So, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because if I'm not mistaken, between Miller and all the way to Red Road Commons, the only place there is to cross the street is 64.
Right.
And then 64, like, you hit the other light and the other light. And I think we've talked about this in the past, like, it's like Frogger. These kids are just
Yeah, and it's a concern the University of
jumping
Miami
across.
has as well. They'd like to see us address it, which is why they were supportive of the CRA request. But I think more importantly, whether you're a student or you're a resident, getting across that segment is incredibly important. So it'll be a focus certainly of mine and all of ours, I think, as we go forward. Further questions? No?
No, thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez? No? I just wanted to understand, first of all, thank you for the condition on the access for me. Part of my general acceptance of the design was the fact that the parking deck was not front and center in the presence of the adjoining neighborhood, but that did necessitate the left turn access. So I appreciate you guys agreeing to that condition and really reaffirming your commitment to keeping traffic off of the neighborhood streets to the west. But in that vein, I noticed here in both the development agreement and in condition 24 of the revised resolution, there is a proposal to explore creating a one-way traffic condition on 57th Court. And I just wanted to understand from the applicant whether that originated with you all or with the residents. I personally get concerned about one-way conditions because it tends to accelerate the velocity on the segment. And so if you could, either of you could elaborate on that, I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
if I can address that. That actually came from discussions with staff and primarily because of the lack of space for on-street parking within that roadway. At present, there is no space for on-street parking, there are just travel lanes. So we were trying to explore, okay, what could we do? So one of the scenarios is carve out space within the swales to provide for that parking with bump outs for the trees, so that we don't lose the trees that they're preserving. Another scenario, or potentially combined with that, would be exploring that to see if that can work. What we're trying to do is create, and I don't know if it will work. You know, that needs to be studied.
Again, I think I think we're kind of maybe trying to fix a condition that's not broken or assuming is broken. And I think the friction of having cars on the street, even if just on the west side, we want to just ban parking on the east side. I understand that. If we can do that, I would say that we should not allow parking on the segment closest to the project, that we don't want students parking on the street, but I wouldn't want to foreclose the possibility of residents parking on the west side.
Right.
But I do think if that requires us to create a one-way condition, I wonder if it's actually a better outcome. So ultimately, that's a condition we have to approve. So I just wanted to get that on the record so that if it's not been discussed with the neighbors, you know, this is not something that's going to happen immediately, but we should have continued conversation about it and make sure that it's something that the neighbors really want developed there. I think ultimately it has to come to us for final approval.
That's
So
right.
while they've got to explore it and use best efforts to explore that option, it's not a done deal until we opine on it. But
That's
I did
correct.
want to flag it for future conversation with the neighbors. I did see in the presentation, Mr. Garcia-Serra, that you did make a representation about local hiring or best efforts for local hiring. Is that memorialized in either the resolution as a condition or the development agreement?
It is not, but we're fine having that
I would
incorporated.
say let's incorporate a condition for that as well. And then lastly, just quickly perusing the document, I did not see, is there a public access condition for the dog park at the rear of the building? I believe that was the intent, the
Yes.
intended. Is it memorialized anywhere in, again, the development agreement and/or the resolution?
It is in both. We have to provide an easement in favor of the city.
Okay, is
for
that,
public
if you could just
access
highlight
for
the
public.
condition before we close the conversation and vote, I just want to make sure I've had a chance to review it. Those are my questions and comments. Colleagues, Mr. Vice Mayor, did you have anything you wanted to add by way of question, sir?
No, I did notice that I think the applicant did mention it with the increased, square footage on the green space, but there are two small carve-out areas on the west side, and the dog park did get slightly extended. I believe they removed some building there. Is that correct as well?
Correct.
Okay, so yeah, just highlighting that, I had to double check the site plan again because it wasn't mentioned specifically, so I wanted to make sure it was still there. But thank you.
Thank you. Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay. Lastly, Mr. Garcia-Serra, I've had a recent experience in the last 24 hours around the special exception and compliance with conditions. So I just want to make sure your client understands the language in section 4 of the resolution. So before we close, I just want an affirmative statement that they understand that we do retain jurisdiction if they're not complying with the conditions to have a public hearing and revoke the authorization. So on the record, I don't want to, I believe everyone's been a person of their word and followed up, but want to make sure that my colleagues also understand we do have a mechanism to holding people to account if they don't in fact live up to the letter of what they committed to. But
That is understood.
okay, thank you, sir. With that, let's open up the floor to the public. If there's anyone who'd like to address the commission on items 9, 10, and 11, you're welcome to come forward, sir, please. Sir, have you been sworn in? Would you like to be sworn in or not? Okay, please come forward. We'll swear you in. Anyone else in the public who'd like to address the commission in public, as part of this public hearing? Okay, if you could just please stand, let's swear everyone in at one shot. It's Mr. McCants. If you want to come forward and get in line, that's two. Come on up. Sorry to make you wait. I just want to make sure we do it all in one shot.
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual
I
hand.
see Dr. Joyce Price. Dr. Joyce Price, did you want to speak on this item as well? Just in case. Just want to make sure we get everyone. Okay.
Yep.
Please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized, sir.
I don't have have any facts or anything. I just have an opinion. I
That's
don't
fine.
agree with this building being built. I grew up in South Miami my entire life, and I go to work like at 5 o'clock in the morning, going down straight where they wanted to build at, and college kids, you know, crossing the streets. I don't want to be like going to work, barely waking up, just to be watching out for college kids having parties. And another thing, I saw they only want to have an overnight security guard for 3 years to like guard the pool after 10 p.m. What happens after 3 years? You think the college kids are gonna respect the rule that says 10 p.m.? I was a kid. I didn't respect no pool rules at 10 p.m. I went to pools after 10 p.m. And what's gonna stop them from not doing that? Are the neighbors gonna have to listen to them party and call the cops after 3 years when there's no more security guards because they only care for the first 3 years of watching out for the neighborhood? And that's the only thing I wanted to say.
Thank you for your
name?
comment, sir.
I didn't get his name.
Oh, sir, if you can come back and just give us your name and address for the record, please. I apologize.
No problem. My name is Bobby L. Dingle. I live at 5860 Southwest 66th Street.
Mr. Dingle, thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Mr. McCants, good evening.
Good evening, everybody. James McCants, excuse my voice. I'm getting over something. 6272 Southwest 59 Place. The residents have spoken on their concerns about this project. They seem to be addressing things now. But Mayor, you brought up something that's near and dear to my heart, and that's the employment factor. We're working together. I've been dealing with Commissioner Calle, Steve. I got it right.
3.5 years.
3.5 years.
Strong.
Yes.
Hey, slow but sure.
Hey,
right?
no clapping. That's out of order.
Really? All right, Steve. So I like to get that in writing, just like you said. We've had projects before that came and promised this, and it wasn't solidified. Related Group did a project, and we got some action.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just to ask if we can, they've made a representation as to pre-construction or construction hiring and operations hiring. So in your experience, what's a reasonable time prior to the start of both activities, construction commencement and operations, for them to hold the job fairs that they proposed?
I would say let's give them 4 to 6 months before the project.
Okay.
Let's get people fine-tuned.
Okay.
And get them together, update the contact information that we do have, get them going, general laborers and people with experience.
Okay.
So we can get them going.
We'll see what we can, we'll make that request of them. Okay.
Okay. And keep me posted on that. And Steve, I'll be working with you with our list, and we'll be fine-tuning it. But thank you, guys.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. Christopher Hudson. I live at 6411 Southwest 59th Avenue, which is 4 streets over from the project. You mentioned traffic. Can you consider 57th and I think that's 64th or 62nd? One of those crosswalks where I noticed that I use that a lot. And when students are running or jogging, and even when they are crossing there, that sometimes they have to use, they have to go across and then come across again. Can you consider one of those, what they have here in Sunset with the X across there, where they can just all cross at one time as opposed to going twice? Can you consider that in your traffic study?
Sure. I think we are, my intention through the CRA that we hopefully will have approved here in the next month is to examine those segments. And so I'm wholeheartedly in favor of creating that condition. So, and we have another, there's a student housing project that we are not going to have any say over because it's happening in the unincorporated county, just on the site next door. And so, again, I think what your point is, we need to make sure we're coordinating all these elements so that that cross-access works.
Now the one before at 57, once they put in that left-hand turning lane, I'm just curious of how that's going to work if that road itself isn't widened. So they might have to consider one even south of there.
So
Because
that's
right there where they're turning into those common roads, and that one street there where I see also several potential accidents happen right there during the course of the day. So we may want to consider one there. It's not a light there per se, it's a light there in and into that complex. So we might want to consider either moving that light back or extending it further when you do your traffic study. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else who'd like to address this commission? Mr. McCants, second bite at the apple?
Yeah.
Come on up.
There's one important factor that I didn't talk about, and that includes the wages. All right. We've had issues with very minimum wages for high-profile jobs like this. We want to try to match with comfortable wages around. So I hope that would be included in this draft agreement.
So-
I agree.
It's a good point. I would normally be supportive of it. I don't know that we have the legal authority to require that any longer, given preemptions by the state that were adopted this past year. So I don't know, Mr.
So
Yeah,
can-
City Attorney.
we're limited in what we can commit to.
But we can still ask,
Yes.
right?
We-
We can ask.
We cannot require.
We can't
We can't
require,
require, but we can ask.
nor do we have, I don't believe we even have the ability to enforce it if they even agree to it. So I think
Okay.
that's one of the, again, I don't want to, unfortunately, Tallahassee every year has been
Things have
encroaching on our authority, and so I don't want to send a message out to the community that we're going to ask it and then we can't enforce it, because at the end of the day, it's not that meaningful. But we hope, I think, hopefully they've received the message that we want to make sure they're paying people fairly and at market rates.
Absolutely, and I think we should ask as a community anyway. You know, and we can't enforce it, but we're gonna ask. Okay?
Thank you, sir. Ms. Thomas, I see your hand raised. If you could unmute yourself, and we'll need you to be sworn very briefly. City Attorney, you want to administer the oath one more time?
Sure. Ms. Thomas, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. The floor is yours. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. I don't mean to beat a dead horse, but
you-
as construction begins.
Ma'am, before you start, just
I
your name
am-
and address for the record, quickly.
I'm sorry. Oh, 6531 Southwest 57th Place.
Thank you. Floor is yours. Thank you.
Just one block over. I'm imploring the city to make sure that the vendor, when they start construction, that they find a temporary parking pad for their construction workers, so they will not be parked in front of our doors from 7 until 7. Now, I don't know if you guys are interested in the Gibson Bethel parking lot or the parking lot over by the dog park at Red Road Commons, but anywhere in front of our doors from 7 until 7, because again, that takes place of people coming in, the trash people, the landscape people, and that's what they did before when they were doing Red Road Commons until they, built a temporary parking pad, with gravel and everything. So I do not want, because I'll be calling every day, all day, to have the construction workers parked from 7 until 7. So I'm just asking you guys to consider some place for them to park.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Thomas.
you.
We'll ask counsel for the developer to address that for us when they get up in final remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Madam Clerk, anyone else online?
Anyone else on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand if you'd like to speak on this item.
Okay, we'll close the public hearing on these items then. Mr. Garcia, would you like to address any of the comments made?
Sure. It's not so much really rebutting, but just sort of addressing and saying what we can do. Traffic was a theme there. We're making a pretty robust commitment to look at traffic calming, and if it gets approved by the county, implement it and pay for it and install it within the area. Employment from the very beginning, from the first meeting we ever had with the neighbors, that issue and that commitment from us always came up. And the time frame that was discussed of about 6 months before, commencement of construction to sort of have that job fair and try to see who we can recruit, we can definitely do.
Okay.
And Subtext is committed, of course, to paying a fair wage. And lastly, the
Mr.
construction.
Garcia, sorry to interrupt, just to clarify, so 6 months before construction start and operations commencement, so it was both?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, just to clarify.
And lastly, on construction parking, we need to prepare a construction staging plan, and part of that has to be with where our construction workers are going to be parking, and it won't be in front of people's houses. We will make the commitment and arrangements to park in other appropriate parking lots.
I mean, if you are building a pretty substantial parking structure, I'm not sure if that's going to be an element that's advanced first, but certainly seems like an opportunity to park
On-site,
on-site.
potentially.
Okay.
Question.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Have you guys decided on the contractor as of yet?
So John Moriarty is who the Subtext has worked with historically, and that in all likelihood is probably who the general contractor is going to be.
I would like to work with the developers and the JMA with the help with finding contractors, setting up the career fairs and everything that we can do to help out. It's been successful in the past, and I would just like to keep on doing that, so I appreciate that.
Okay. Colleagues, final comments? Anything I've missed, Mr. City Attorney, Madam Clerk? Are we in the proper posture for a motion?
You're ready to go.
Okay, is there a motion on item 9, please?
I'll move it.
Just one thing. Oh, that's item 10. We have a replacement resolution that I'll put at your desk.
Great, thank you.
Do we read that in now, or do you?
No, so item 9 is the variance.
Yeah.
So, is there a motion to adopt the variance?
I'll move it.
Is there a second? I don't think so.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, but motion by Commissioner Kaye, a second by Commissioner Bonich, thank you. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on item 9, please.
Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
No.
Commissioner Bonich?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 4-1.
Thank you. Item 10, is there a motion? And the motion to be, it would be if a motion to approve, if it's to approve with the modifications discussed to the conditions, correct?
With the modifications discussed, the conditions, with the.
With the amended resolution.
Exactly.
Correct, okay.
I'll
With
move it.
with modifications to the amended resolution. So we have a motion to approve?
With amendments.
Okay, with the modifications, yes. Is there a second?
I'll second it. I keep looking at you, Brian, because I don't know if you're going to do it or not. Because you go, yes, but then you don't.
We got a motion by Commissioner Kaye, a second by Commissioner Bonich. Madam Clerk, if you can again call the roll on item 10.
Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
No.
Commissioner Bonich?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 4-1 with modifications.
Thank you. Okay, item 11 is the development agreement. Is there a motion to adopt with the modifications discussed?
I'll move the motion.
Actually, before
Second.
we have a motion and a second by motion by Commissioner Kaye, a second by Vice Mayor Corey. There was one item that was mentioned by Mr. Dingle, I believe, regarding security and the hours. Are the hours of operation for the pool deck, is there a condition addressing that in the development agreement or the resolution? I'm sorry to bring it up at the last minute here.
There is.
There
10
is.
o'clock.
10 o'clock, okay. So, okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second as modified. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on item 11, please.
Yes. Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonich?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
No.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Item passes 4-1.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, moving on, again, colleagues, we can take up item 13. Madam Clerk, if you could read that into the record.
Item 13, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, amending Section 20-8.2 definitions and Section 20-8.5 permitted and special non-residential uses of Article 8 Transit Supported Development District of the Land Development Code to revise regulations relating to adult entertainment.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, do you want to walk us through any modifications between first and second reading?
Certainly. And one procedural note, Mayor and Commission. This was listed as a 4/5 vote required, but upon further review of the ordinance, a 4/5 vote would only be required if there was a new use that was put in that had a higher traffic intensity. That is not the case here. That use is already in the code, so this would only require a 3/5 vote. And then in terms of the changes, there is one change that was not reflected in the agenda, specifically as to alcoholic beverages being served consistent with, that should read Section 4-6B of the code, rather than a blanket reference to Chapter 4. The other changes are reflected in what you have, and that's condition number 9. Site plan approval would be by the City Commission, and it would be limited to confirming compliance with applicable codes, including the requirements of this section, configuration of parking and site access, paint colors, signage, and lighting. The other change was to the hours of operation, which are limited to 3:30 PM to 5 AM the following day, 7 days per week, as opposed to having additional hours on Friday and Saturday.
Okay. Colleagues, with respect to changes, any questions?
No question.
Oh, my apologies, thank you. Ms. Arango pointed out to me, the spacing has been increased to 1,000 feet between similar uses.
Between similar uses?
Between similar uses, that's correct.
Okay. Questions? You recognize, ma'am.
Thank you. Are we going to be moving with the same idea of the signage being what it currently is? Like, I know that we have like initials and stuff like that.
So the signage, I mean, the signage is subject to the standards that I think are proposed in the ordinance. And as I understand it, there are directional limitations, correct?
That's correct.
As to the way they have to be oriented.
That's right.
The content of it is, I think, something that we have the legal authority to dictate.
Even if it was something that was agreed upon originally at their original
It would have to be
location?
something that's proffered by the applicant, if in fact, if an applicant.
When the
brings it
applicant comes forward.
Yes.
Right.
So I don't think it's something we may, again, we may consider or ask for if an application manifests itself. But right now, I think it's not something that we can regulate affirmatively in the ordinance. If I'm speaking of.
No, it's correct, it's correct. It can only be visible from Progress Road or Commerce Lane.
Okay. Further questions on the modifications? I just wanted to make sure, we had initially the DRB approving the requests subject to the standards that we have discretion over, and Commissioner Kaya, I proffered the suggestion that we retain the jurisdiction. Just want to make sure that's something the board wants to pursue, or do we want to leave it in the hands of the DRB?
I would rather we do it.
Okay, fair enough. So, okay, just wanted to make sure.
I just want to be clear so that we're.
It's limited to the standards.
If an application comes up, it is limited to those standards.
Question, Mayor?
Yeah.
Mr. Attorney, the DRB also has jurisdiction, or they have quasi-judicial authority on the signage as well, right? So that will go through our community board for review and approval, is that correct? I remember that we've seen that various places where we have to do signage approval.
For site plan, they have approvals they have jurisdiction over site plan approval, not necessarily signage, but for site plan approval, just regular site plan, the structure of the building, having nothing to do with whatever the use is.
So signage is not part of the DRB process?
To the extent that it's included within the application, it would be. But if it's not included in the application, they can come back for a sign permit later.
And it's still, I mean, sorry, Mayor, if they would do it later, does it still have to go through DRB or just?
They would not have to go through DRB.
So, sorry, it's just that we've been through this process where, like, the hand doctor that's on US 1, they came back through the DRB. It was not approved through the DRB because of the signage being too big. We've also had through the DRB different scenarios where art or signage has been too big and it's been also deemed not acceptable by the DRB. Now, obviously, they can bypass that going through the commission or other ways, but I've seen it happen. Like
So I don't know the specific circumstances for those two that you mentioned.
Yeah.
I would tell you as a blanket, signs don't have to go there. Now, if they're seeking some kind of variance or something like that, it would have to go there.
Sure, thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Mr. Rodriguez, you good? Mr. Vice Mayor? All good? Okay. Is there a motion?
The public hearing.
Public hearing, my apologies. So if there's any member of the public who'd like to address this commission on item 13 on tonight's agenda, please come forward at this time.
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand.
Seeing no one in the chamber and no one online, we will close the public hearing. Colleagues, is there a motion with respect to item 13?
I'll move the motion.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Rodriguez. Is there a second? Apparently I am. I will make a second then. So a motion by Commissioner Rodriguez, a second by myself. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Yes, Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonish,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
No.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez.
Yes,
Item passes 4-1.
thank you. Colleagues, if we can take M3, and then I will be excusing myself.
M3, Commissioner Rodriguez, Thelma gives a health initiative contribution from Health Facility Fund.
Sir, you're recognized.
Well, this was, so as we have the facilities board, the health facilities board, which Baptist has, I guess, funded that fund. I guess we are required to distribute that money to healthcare, to help other healthcare facilities. I know we always had in mind to help the clinic at Dr. Scott's clinic. And then I spoke with Reynold Martin, who was here earlier today, in regards to helping out the Thelma Gibson Health Initiative. So I just brought it to the commission to see if it's an option, if it's something that the commissioner would want to do, because ultimately, we're the ones that make the decision of where that money gets distributed to. So,
Thank you. Colleagues, any thoughts with regard to this? Madam Commissioner, you're recognized.
Thank you. I've actually had offline conversations as well. I wonder if the best way for us to do this is in the meeting that we have, like that first of the month, the first one that we have where we cover general items, if that's not something we discuss, or if we bring it up as a whole so we can see how much money we have and kind of the ideas that we have individually for how to use those funds before we start to siphon them off. I think it merits maybe a little bit more collaboration and a better understanding of how much is there, what you're discussing, how much is it, what we need to do maybe somewhere else, how much is it, what ideas the rest of us may have for big or small uses of those funds so that we can make more of a complete decision instead of kind of like hammering it out little by little.
this wasn't necessary, oh, sorry. through me.
You're recognized.
This wasn't necessarily like to make a decision today on what amount we're going to do. It's more of, is this an organization that we're willing to help, kind of. And I agree with you. We can bring it up in one of our goals meetings and then discuss how much we have and who we can disperse it to and how much, because at the end of the day, we would have the Thelma Gibson people come and actually ask us how much they need. But why do that if this is, you know, if it's not somebody we're willing to give it to? So that's basically why the discussion item came up.
You're recognized, sir.
Commissioner Bonich, I agree with you. I think that's a great way of getting that communication out there as well. Two other things I wanted to add to that communication once we have it was we do have a facility that we do clinical services for pediatrics. I know the building's in a little bit needed of repair. I've asked the city manager to spread out, maybe we can get the actual inspection report so we understand if there's any financial duties that we need to go respond, and this would be a good way of using that said money. Secondly, I would love to understand, you know, as we progress with the decision-making, and hopefully we can be able to support them, is just really understand what the Thelma Gibson initiative really is going to do, like what is their purpose and how they're going to distribute funds and what's their goal. Like, I just don't know much about it, but I would love to learn more about it.
So just to close on this, I want to make a request of all of us when we put a discussion item on the agenda. And I think it's a laudable idea. It's an organization, you know, founded by, you know, certainly a titan of our community who we lost recently in Ms. Gibson. So I have the utmost respect for her, their work, and the organization. But I think this is, you know, so we all are aware, I've gotten calls of concern from other organizations about the substance behind this item, and I find myself unable to address the concerns or alleviate those concerns because there's no information that's shared with us in our preparation for discussing the item. So I just want to ask us all, as we put things on the agenda, if there's an idea that we want to explore, let's elaborate on it a little bit so we can at least know what the point of departure is for the conversation and can preempt some concerns that may result. For my 2 cents, again, I know the organization. I don't know their reach into South Miami. That's some very important information. I will say, though, that we do own a building that is in, I've seen the inspection report from February. The building has substantial capital needs, and it does house a clinic that does serve children and families in South Miami today. And so my preference would be to certainly, to the extent that we still have, I think it's about $250,000. That was the proceeds or fees that we generated from that bond transaction. My first priority personally would be to spend it on addressing the physical needs of that building. And to the extent that there's any money left over, certainly we can entertain other alternatives. I just say that as, again, I think it's our responsibility to make sure that our assets, even though they're not under our operational control, since we just approved a lease extension there, are in the best possible condition that they can be. And so that would be my priority. But again, a more laudable organization than Ms. Gibson's health initiative I can't think of. And if the dollars would allow for it, I certainly would be supportive of making an award, particularly if they are serving families in South Miami. So those are my thoughts. Colleagues, do we want to have the manager work with Commissioner Rodriguez to kind of elaborate the proposal and bring it back on a date certain for discussion? How do we want to dispense with this issue? So on the 9th, during the capital project budget discussion, is that when you were thinking about discussing it then?
That's a great idea.
Okay. So, Mr. Manager, yeah, you're
Yeah,
recognized.
Mayor, there's some work that we need to do. When we were renewing the lease, we didn't really have a handle on the condition of the property, and as a requirement of that renewal, we required an inspection. And so that inspection report has been provided. I think what would be helpful in the conversation, because at this point, I don't know the magnitude of the investment that's required to make the repairs. I mean, whether it's, 20,000 or 400,000. And I think that given the report, our next step was going to be to bring somebody on board to help us quantify that and sort of put a number to it. Because when I met with Commissioner Rodriguez, I said I can't even let him know if there's any money available or not, if we're going to apply that first to the building. So we don't have that answer for you, and I think in fairness to the conversation, I intended to try and focus on that first because it's a capital need that's going to just fall on us. And instead of leaning on the general fund, I would lean on that first. But I don't know what the ticket's going to be. So, certainly with Commissioner Kaye and Commissioner Rodriguez's background expertise and doing work like this could help us get somebody in that could give us an indication of how much it would be. Then I think that information would help you then. Is there money available to award?
So you're asking Commissioners Rodriguez and Kaye to do the estimating work based on the report that we've gotten?
Yeah, pro bono.
Pro bono.
No, I think their guidance would be helpful, and that's their background, right? That's what they do, and that's the next step that we need to take. We need to bring somebody in that would do that kind of work like a contractor and tell us this is what maybe find something that the report didn't find as well. But it's a unknown impact that I think we're going to have to absorb somehow.
Okay, well, let's see if we can advance that between now and June 9th is what I would suggest we put on that agenda and discuss what our options are then, if there's no objection. Make sense? Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to turn over the gavel to Commissioner Bonich, who's got a little bit of experience running meetings. So we'll lean on her past experience. Mr. Vice Mayor, no offense, but I figured it'd be easier for her to do than you not being in the room, based on my personal experience trying to chair a meeting remotely. And again, my apologies to everyone else. I just got to try to catch the last bit of my daughter's baccalaureate services. So have a good evening.
Run.
Thank you.
No, just
Run, not really.
He can't run.
You want to do like a 5-minute break to transition, or you just want to?
I'm ready to
Ready?
keep going. Okay, I know that we have people here for certain numbers, so if you could tell me what numbers you're here for, we could try to maybe address those first before we get to the items that we're just having as a matter of course. Number 4, okay, what about you guys? Do you know? 15? 16. And 16. Okay. See you. All righty, let's go with,
Madam Commissioner, if we're going to do the consent items, if we want to pull any consent items, we can just do them all at one shot.
yeah, I don't need to pull any consent items. Do either of you? We're ready to vote on them as a whole. If you'd like to make a comment about it before we do that, that would be fine. We're voting, 4 is part of the consent. So Nikki will read them through and then we'll just vote on them as a block.
Okay.
All righty.
Consent agenda. Item 1, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of South Bend, Florida, amending the City Commission meeting schedule to provide for only one commission meeting during the months of June 2026, July 2026, and August 26. Item 2, a resolution Mayor and City Commissioner of the City of South Miami, Florida, resetting the 2 regular city commission meetings in September 2026 to Tuesday, September 8th, 2026, and Tuesday, September 22nd, 2026. Item 3, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, confirming the reappointment of Randolph Brown to the Pension Board of Trustees. Item 4, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving and authorizing a waiver of certain event-related fees and costs in amount not to exceed $4,564 pursuant to Section 15B-6 of the City Code for a special event as known as the 2026 Juneteenth celebration presented by the South Miami Black Cultural Affairs Foundation to be held on Saturday, June 20th, 2026 at the Gibson Bethel Community Center. Item 5, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, approving the procurement and installation of a shade structure for the swing area at the South Miami Park in amount not to exceed $49,494.84, including a contingency using Alachua County Public Schools contract number IFB 24-13.
Okay, do we have any comments we'd like to make about any of those, or are we ready? Oh, okay.
Is there anything for item 4 with Juneteenth that you guys want to announce? Maybe we can announce it now?
Or if you'd like to wait till we vote and then give more information, I think we all know which way we're going. Okay, if I could have someone move the consent items,
I'll move the motion.
and a second?
Second.
Awesome, we have a first in Commissioner Kaye, second Commissioner Rodriguez. If we could please call the roll?
Yes, Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonish?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Item passes, the consent passes 4-0.
If you would like to come up and say anything about the Juneteenth celebration, we'd love to hear about it.
Just want to say that we'll be having our annual Juneteenth celebration on June 20th, Saturday, from 2 to 6 p.m. And I wanted to thank you in advance for your consideration and approval for this event. We will be honoring Chief Corbin and a number of other persons. And basically the theme this year is a special tribute to City of South Miami Difference Makers. So we'd like to cordially invite all of you to come attend that session. And we look forward to having you there.
Thank you.
This is, I'll get you a flyer. This is our official flyer.
Wonderful.
Any questions?
Does anyone know?
No
Hopefully
questions.
none. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then let's see, let's take up number 15.
Item 15, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, amending Article 8, Transit Supported Development District to amend regulations to provide new definitions, clarify existing provisions, and modify procedures and certain criteria within the Transit Supported Development District.
Mr. Manager, do you have any comments, or are we bringing up Mr. Alvarez? Or you see the city attorney, he has comments.
Mr. Alvarez is certainly listed to speak on it if you need to.
Good evening, Mark Alvarez for the City of South Miami Planning Department. So this is, we're on first reading. We are continuing this item. We had a few issues that we had to go over a little bit more. At your, Madam Chair, at your will, we can either go through the entire presentation or we'll go through the changes since we last spoke on first reading.
I think if we go through the changes, it'll be easier, and then if we have questions about that, we'll elaborate further.
Okay. So the items that we had some discussion about. Okay, we had, as you know, there were a lot of items on this. We had a lot of discussion about building massing and how we would control building massing, and this seems to have become a problem as we go through certain projects that occur on large, long blocks. So we have developed some initial concepts for inclusions into the code for addressing that. And the first is really to have architectural criteria considered in addition to the regularly applicable site plan criteria. That would address facade attributes, human scaled, streetscape design, ground floor, activation, building modulation, and open space regulations as well. These are fairly aspirational, and the concept that we want to introduce is that the City Commission would have more latitude to make decisions on these during the large-scale development approvals and have the authority to modify these. You more or less already do, but we're making that a little bit more clear. We also have considered the idea that one of the reasons that we get a pretty long way, we get to commission before we sometimes have to address these. So we want to come back and go to where we start in DRB, the same discussion we've had with displaced trees and tree removals, that by the time we get here, we've gone for a very long process. So what we are considering is to having a peer review by architects. So the way this would work is, first of all, it would be in the code, and the architects would issue a written report the same way that we would have, for example, on a tree removal permit, we would have an arborist issue a written report. That would have to be something that we would have to work on with how do we implement that. We would have to have probably a rotating list of architects that we would call. We would also have to integrate that with our, what is it, House Bill 399 is wrong. It's the one that allows private providers to enter into some of the zoning requirements. But we would like to have an architect, a licensed architect, provide an opinion to the DRB, to the planning board, and to the commission, a written report on some of the architectural features. Because as we spoke about this initially, that we recognize that we had decided when we wrote this code that we were going to be eclectic. We would not have a particular style, such as in Coral Gables. Without that style, it becomes very hard to create regulations that control some of the issues that we're seeing. We know that some of the details of fenestration and where we put the windows and where we put the corners and, you know, lintels and capstones and so forth can have an effect on how the building looks. And we've seen this in some of the process that we've gone through 5 or 6 developments coming through already. So we think that that's one way to address it. It's more of a procedural manner, and it would be an extra report, and it would be, of course, under cost recovery. It would be at the applicant's expense. The other side of this is, more specifically, we had talked about having a waiver process. And this was directed at, we have a problem with the 6-story blocks, the 6-story blocks at the edges of the downtown district, or the TSDD, where we have a regulation that was meant to control towers on 8 to 16-story buildings, and it does the opposite of what we want. We have a regulation that says that the tower part will be a smaller floor plate. Sorry to use the word floor plate, contiguous building floor area. And we recognize that really at these edges, the ground level is more important than the upper stories, excuse me. So what's in your package right now that's been provided for a waiver process, and again, one of the other things we wanted to get away from was a variance process. A waiver that would require a building not to exceed 30,000 square feet at the ground level, would include open space that exceeds 15% and make sure that it retains all the specimen trees unless there's a compelling reason to move them or remove them. And that any of the specimen trees that needed to be moved will be moved on site to the additional open space. And that's in your package right now. So in the week, a little bit more than a week, we started modeling what these kinds of things do. So this is a 550-foot long block, 200 feet wide. We've just dealt with that, but this is really meant to be an ordinance that would affect other blocks, particularly all of our blocks that are 6-story blocks south of 74th Street. And we have one that's just north of 70th Street. That will be across from 62nd. So we want to have an ordinance that will address all of these blocks, because right now the ordinance exposes us to having a mega building occupy those blocks. We talked about a paseo, literally splitting the block, and so what we did is we took a model and put all the regulations into it, and then because there's not a lot of time, we use AI to sort of fill in the trees and environment. As we looked at this, we realized it works pretty well, but the problem is it takes a lot of development space away from the project. So this right now is these are 30,000 square foot plates, but they are way over 15%, 15,000 square feet of open space. They're taking away a lot of the development right. So that was one thing that we talked about, and I want to present these to you just so you see the kinds of effects. When we just do the 15% open space, because on a lot of projects we're seeing linear open space being used. In other words, we give them the option of a plaza or some kind of internal plaza, or just more or less create the setback. That's typically used, and it doesn't create a lot of effect to the massing of the building. And then finally, we just decided, let's take to about 40-something% open space, and we started to see that open space does work, but we need to have a lot more of it. So the end result, the end result is that we are considering right now is to, as we go forward with this ordinance, we may take a little more time on this part with the waiver and with controlling massing, because we recognize that in this amount of time that we've had, it's not enough to come up with something that we feel will be reliable controls for this effect. So with that, I guess I wanted to show you these concepts and how they result. We'd like to work more with the commission and some of your ideas and try to keep modeling them out until we start to see something that will be reliable and that will work for us as an ordinance, both on the part of having an extra review by architects, a licensed architect, and also in terms of the code itself, where we're trying to deal with everything by form, by the way the building sits on the ground, where it sits on the ground, how much open space we have. We work with the amount of glazing. Those are kind of our tools, and we really need to work on metering that out just the right way. So with that, at your discretion, I mean, we could take these two items for further consideration and continue with the rest of the ordinance, or if you want, we can just come back in second reading with some more thoughts.
Y'all have any comments?
I have a comment.
Perfect.
I mean, look, so just recently I started looking at the different opportunities south of 74th Street, where we have a density of 100 per acre, 6 stories, and it caters back and forth depending. So these units will fall in that scenario, especially when we're dropping down closer to the residential areas.
Correct.
So I'm okay with this going through first reading, but I would love to get with you between first and second reading to kind of go this a little bit further and understand what we can and can't do. For example, I'm looking at some of the scenarios here, and we're not really taking into account maybe parking, right? So massing is not something that we love, but we also need that there's understanding that with that type of density, there needs to be parking. And the floor coverage also needs to be, looked into. So I would love to continue to conversate with you on this particular thing and get some feedback from some other people in the industry, so we can get some feedback.
Actually, that was one of the comments on the one where we split with the Paseo. We can no longer have the garage connected to both buildings, and of course, as you know, everything can go in ratios up and down except parking. Parking space is so big, the aisle is so big, and it's there's perfect dimensions and there's very imperfect dimensions.
Gotcha.
So we'll continue to work.
Yes,
with you.
please.
No, I already told when we met, I like the idea of splitting up the building, and if they go past the floor plate, they got to go all the way down. I'm happy with that.
I agree with you. And it's an interesting thing. I think we see, not so much here, but in other places where buildings are split up and there's something going on below it, there's something going on, a bridge, there's something that's connecting these two buildings. It's not something that nobody's ever seen that isn't doable. It is very doable. So even if we're looking at saying, hey, you know what, the parking massing is what's kind of throwing this all off, like, I understand the concept of it, but I also think there's so many ways to skin a cat that for us to just stay with what we're seeing now, essentially, because we understand that parking is an issue, because I don't want to look at that.
There are solutions, and in fact, the bridge wasn't something we came up because under our code right now, when we put a paseo through a block, we can actually go over it. we had a lot of trouble figuring out what height we would need. Obviously, if it's a 10-foot high or 15-foot high, it becomes a cave, and we were trying to work with
Sure.
how that works. We looked around in other places. We have a new planner from Seattle, so we got some experience from there. And we noticed when we do have the cut-throughs, how the walls move in and out in the cut-through makes a big difference. So again, it's just, we're trying to digest what works, and we'd like to work with you. We think this is very important to do because we're having a problem with this. But yeah, I mean, depending on how you want to approach it, if you want to
Okay, and I can't
pass
see,
the rest of the
I can't
ordinance.
see
and-
Commissioner, I can't see Vice Mayor Corey, so I don't know if he wants to say anything.
Oh, yeah. We can take
No,
this off.
thank you. I just wanted to state my preference as well of splitting up the buildings. I know that creates a lot of challenge with parking and with, viability to develop, but if we can work on a solution that works that way, I think that would be my preference.
The only challenges that I'll tell you, my colleagues, is that when you take away a lot of that space, it doesn't come as viable to build. So we just got to take that into consideration. I'll give you an example of something that I saw it's really close. It's right across the street from Subtext. So across the street from Subtext is University of Miami, and they have 5- and 6-story buildings there, all condos, very quaint, trees everywhere aligned, and it's quiet. And I think that if we look a lot of the community now, south of 74th Street or along 62nd Avenue, I would love to see something of that manner where it's quiet, residential. So I would invite you guys to kind of go through there and see it. It's literally right across the street where Subtext is, where the university condos are. You don't really know they're there because they're so quiet, but they're 6-story buildings, they're condos, and it looks really nice.
Cool.
They're not 3-story?
No, they're up to 6.
I'm trying to think where that would be. I drive by there all the time.
It's covered by trees. You just can't see it, but it's nice. I walked through there yesterday. That's why I remembered.
Is it close to, I'm trying to if you had to gauge, where is it closer to 64? Is it closer to,
I'll tell you right now.
I'm sorry, I know you.
If I may, yeah, there's one minor item that we noticed. We got some feedback from Mr. Bass. We have building encroachment language. We have had that since the beginning of TSDD. These are like regular canopies, balconies, that kind of thing. He had mentioned garage screening. That's sometimes because we have a build-to line that we have to build to, and if we require screening, which we do on these garages, sometimes it sticks out a few inches. So it would be to allow screening from the build-to line to the property line. That's what we would want to incorporate for second reading.
And there's a change in this code as well that
Look at me, I'm like,
goes to the property line for the encroachment line.
okay, did you all hear that?
No.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, can you repeat it for me? please?
Sure. We presently allow building encroachments over between the build-to line to the property line for balconies, for canopies. This would extend that same ability for the garage screening.
How high up?
Would have to start it can't be on the first 25 feet, the first floor.
25?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that what Subtext is doing?
Yeah, yes. But we don't really have the,
We don't have it in.
it's not currently allowed, so we would like to provide for it.
Okay. Vice Mayor Corey, do you have any thoughts on that? Sorry, we just can't see you. Can we
Yeah,
put
can we
this down
take this off?
so that we can see him, please?
No, that's okay. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So none of us have any
No,
problems with that?
I'm going to review it between first and second reading.
Okay. So are we ready
Yep.
to vote on this? Okay.
It's a public hearing.
Oh, okay. Does anyone in the public have any commentary? Seeing no one,
Anyone on Zoom, please raise your virtual hand.
all right. We're seeing no one in person or virtually, so we will say the public comment section is closed. And moving forward, do we have a motion for this item?
I'll move it.
Second.
Perfect. We have Commissioner Cayo with a motion, Commissioner Rodriguez with a second. If we could please call the roll.
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Moniz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey,
Yes.
Item passes first reading 4-0.
Perfect. Can we hit number 16, please?
Item 16, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, amending Section 8.8 bonus allocations to amend regulations related to a transfer of development rights and payments in lieu of in-kind public benefits within the Transit Supported Development District.
Okay, this was originally brought forth by our mayor, but he is not here. Do you guys have something to say?
I'm happy to explain it.
Thank you.
Yes, sure. So this was a discussion item at the last meeting. This is a rewrite or an amendment, really, to the TDR provisions and to the payment in lieu provisions. Essentially, it's setting up a three-part or three options in terms of satisfying bonus floor area to get to the higher height. You can do it through in-kind benefits, which are things like workforce, affordable housing, public open space, those kinds of things. So in-kind, you're actually providing it. You can do it through TDRs, or you can do it through payment in lieu. And you can piece those together, however, whatever it is that you need to get to where you're trying to go. In terms of the changes to the Sunset Drive area bonus, that's the TDR donor area. This is providing, you may remember from the last commission meeting, there was a discussion as to if they're going to limit themselves to a property that extends beyond the Sunset Drive buffer area, that they would get credit for those TDRs and be able to convey those TDRs. So we've provided for that in this. They would have to commit to that by covenant and basically declare we're not building above this height. So the rest of this ordinance kind of walks through like the particulars of that and the procedure for it. The one thing that is an open question is, so they do not have to provide their certificate of transfer until they are obtaining their building permit. That means,
CO. Sorry.
What?
Permit or CO?
Should be, it's prior to building permit issuance.
To get the TDR.
Yes, basically to perfect the TDR. So they'd have to prove we've got the certificate from that building over there. We are getting our building permit.
Okay, oh, for the purchaser.
For the purchaser.
Okay.
Yeah, I should have been clear about that.
Right.
My apologies.
Not the seller, okay.
Correct. There's a catch here, which has to do with like the timing of the building permit application and the costs of reviewing, because they could run through this entire process and stretch this whole process out, and then at the end say, oops, I don't have it. I'm just going to pay the payment in lieu. We presently have a 37.5% penalty for a similar situation where they say we're going to do, let's say we're going to do affordable housing the entire way, and then they say, okay, at building permit, they say, well, we'll just pay the payment in lieu. Well, there's a penalty for that, okay? This would be a similar situation. We've provided that they would fall into that situation, but there's another element to this, which is a cost deposit element, okay? Where they are committing that they are going to provide this, because we are going to go through that entire process of review, and if there's no money at the end of the rainbow, we're stuck holding the bag. We spent all of that. We do collect an upfront fee, but it may not be enough to get through that entire permit. And since it's not due until the actual permit issuance, what we would recommend is some level of cost deposit, kind of to hold that. So that's a blank in this. We left that blank. We don't have to fill that blank out now, but I wanted to put that on your radar. And I'm happy to walk through that with you guys more in depth. But
Through the commissioner.
Go ahead. Yeah, right, through the commissioner. Yes.
I have a question. So that's if we're reviewing it. What if it's private provider?
Maybe the cost deposit is less. Maybe we provide a two-tiered, because we're still going to have some level of review even with a private provider.
But I think
you're raising a good point.
I think it's just one at the end, right? I believe private provider.
Well, there's still going to be zoning review, public works review. There is an overall building review still as part of that. I would.
But I believe that's once the.
Ms. Cabrera's here. She can elaborate.
Yeah.
But there are some reviews that are still take place.
No, they happen. But at the end, once the private provider provides their report, that's when the final review happens, no?
Not really. What happens, Tsunami Carreto, Administrative Director. So the private provider is only Florida Building Code, and they could submit for all the outside agencies and agencies within the city, Public Works, zoning, whatever it is, without having a private provider package in place. So actually, I would typically recommend that they do that, because otherwise your private provider may be reviewing something that zoning would change and would actually have to go back to the private provider again. So.
Okay. But if they are using a private provider, then how do you, the penalty, like, how do you assess for that?
Well, it's not really a penalty, it's a cost deposit. It would be applied towards their building permit, you know, so they would only lose it if they were to, you know, I guess they don't get their TDRs at the end and they pull out. That's the way the scenario would work. So they would forfeit that under that scenario. So it's basically, it's the way we wrote it, it's a percentage of what they would pay, the payment in lieu that they would owe at the end if they didn't get their, if they did not get their TDRs. You know, if they're saying we're going to do this many TDRs, well, what's the payment in lieu for that many, right? And it would be some percentage of that. I don't know, 20, 25%. I leave that up to you guys.
No, I'm not.
Okay,
I'm
'cause you're there
confused,
like-
Because if they don't, if the purchaser of those TDRs doesn't end up buying those TDRs, which they're doing it because the market is stipulating a price.
If the deal falls through.
If the deal falls,
If the deal falls through, really. That's what
really-
we're covering.
Because if not, they'll just buy the TDRs from us. They'll buy the bonus points off.
Well, that's what I'm
Right.
saying. But if they get to the end, it's a very, like, we hope it's a rare scenario. They've got a contract to buy TDRs, they're moving along, and something happens, the deal falls through.
Okay.
Now they're left holding the bag
That's what we
at
said
permit,
before, that the
and,
deal-
but now they don't have the money to make the payment in lieu. Or they don't want to make the payment in lieu. Maybe the project doesn't pencil out anymore, right? Well, we just did, you know, however many months of review, and we're left holding that.
I got you.
This is to make us whole,
Okay.
or to protect us at least,
So
mitigate.
I would ask, and I don't know about my colleagues, but what percentage, what does the other municipalities, for example, what would Coral Gables, do they do that? And if they do, what do they charge, what percentage do they charge, or Pinecrest or any other city of
I
Miami?
would have to look into it. I don't know off the top of my head, actually.
I don't think they do it. They don't do it like this. Go ahead. I know Nick wanted to go there.
Go ahead. Oh, yes, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Nick Nosen, law firm of Bills and Sundberg, 1450 Brickell Avenue. To answer that question, we did a little research today, and we haven't found any other jurisdiction that really do this thing that we're talking about. We are working with the city attorney's office, and we're committed to continuing to do that through second reading. Well, one thing I did find out today is that the upfront application fee is actually pretty significant. I think in the instance I heard about today was hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I don't know necessarily whether this needs to be, you know, in an example of a $2.5 million payment in lieu, that 25% number on top of hundreds of thousands of dollars that is required upfront for the building permit application, which I think is intended to cover kind of the downside that we're talking about, seems excessive. That would only be applied in this one case. So we're going to continue to work together and try to find what that right number is. If the existing permit scheme doesn't satisfy kind of what the city attorney's office is trying to protect against. But I think it's certainly, you know, much lesser of a number than, you know, 20, 25%. I think we're talking more like, you know, 1%, $25,000. Just understanding that there is a significant chunk of money that's required up front for a building permit. My understanding is the intent of that is to protect against this exact scenario, this exact downside, where the city should not be left holding the bag for any staff time to went into that building permit review. In the event that we do this analysis and it comes out that the hundreds of thousands of dollars are not sufficient, then of course I think that would play into what this answer is. But I think we need to kind of work together a little bit further to see what the right fit is. So I would ask to allow us to keep working with the city attorney's office. Let us look at a couple actual scenarios, what those building permit fees were up front to make sure that the city is protected, and that this kind of works so it doesn't kind of destroy the TDR program for the wrong cause.
I have a question for you. So you're saying no other city is charging this fee? we would be, the
Cities,
penalty fee, exactly.
a penalty fee that we found, that's right. I mean, several cities will charge the building permit application fee up front, which is a percentage of the total fee that's expected at the end of the day. In the case of a applicant that is using a TDR program, rather than buying those same development rights from the city or some other bonus program, we did not find either in Coral Gables or City of Miami where they required some additional upfront cost on top of the building permit application fees because they're engaging in this TDR program.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Do you have anything you'd like to say?
No, I think I agree with Mr. Nova. I need to, there's a lot of questions that I have inside, and I remember when we first came up with the TDR through a lengthy process before. So we're making amendments and changes. I just have a few other questions I want to take offline. So between 1 and 2, we'll work on it together.
Okay, how about Vice Mayor Corey, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I think that's a good idea for us to sit down and work some things out between 1 and 2. I understood the comments the gentleman just made, so I'm fine with waiting to hear it again on the 2nd.
Okay, perfect.
And
Commissioner Rodriguez?
just to put it on the record, the only part of the TDR portion that is not the seller's side, this is just the purchasers where we're fixing it, the program.
There are some changes to the seller side. I mean, mine are just procedural, essentially. But this is kind of streamlining the process to make it more apt. It basically shifts, and the way it was originally written, it required all this work done up front before and that was part of the reason why we didn't need anything, or we didn't feel like we needed anything like this cost deposit scenario. Now this is shifting everything to the back end, basically.
Why?
To make it a little more feasible for these things to work. So, for instance, Mr. Noto's client received certain approvals. They can now, under this scenario, they have some time now after their approval to go seek out, or to encourage owners of properties within the sunset buffer to spend the money that they need to spend to perfect those TDRs, which is what kind of the purpose of the program is, so that they can purchase those TDRs. And there's some time to make that happen, as opposed to having to do it all on the front end before they come and get their special exception. So basically, they would get their special exception and then go to the marketplace and try to, just because a property has TDRs, you don't qualify for those TDRs unless you spend money invested in your building.
Correct.
And I think there's something that's important to say, and I said it, I don't know if it was the last meeting or another meeting, where we've, when these discussions were being had, it was, hey, fix your building so that you can sell these TDRs. And the money would be coming for your improvements from the sale of these TDRs, right? That's how you were supposed to kind of recuperate your stuff, whatever, so that it didn't come at an additional cost to you as a building owner.
Well, and at the same time, also, it was also a way of I wouldn't say helping, but justifying that they didn't get anything out of the zoning upgrades.
Yes.
So that money that they were taking in is what another developer 2 blocks down would take in by putting up a 10-story building.
Yep. And so I think it's important that when we have these conversations, that we keep in mind that that doesn't mean make your building beautiful so you can, and I said this and everybody was like, oh, so that we can then, charge the tenants an exorbitant amount. I understand that as a matter of course, the values of these locations will go up as everybody does the work. But I think we need to be very cognizant. What we're trying to do at the beginning of this is take care of shopkeepers, take care of business owners, that kind of thing. We don't want to see this then become a vehicle to hike up people's rent when you fix it. And then we are getting rid of the people we wanted in the first place, which is what you saw, in same but different. On Lincoln Road, you're seeing it, you're seeing it all over the place. So I want us to keep this in mind when we make these decisions. It doesn't just affect one person or one type of person. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Well, I think, can I add to that? I think maybe to Mr. Attorney is that's a form of rent control. Is that something that we can do? Is that something that we can? I know, but it really is what you're asking for.
But wait,
No, I'm
it
just
makes you
saying,
uncomfortable.
no, but, no, I don't say that we have to do rent control. I think we just need to be human. You know, I'm sorry, you know what? We can make money without being crazy. We can repair our buildings without choking out people. I'll give you a perfect example, and it's not here. It's been all over the news everywhere. Acme in Nashville. The mayor of Nashville went crazy, raised taxes on businesses an exorbitant amount. Now a bunch of businesses in Nashville are closing because they can't afford it, because the building owners, of course, passed the increases to the tenants. So you're losing the charm of what you had, and you're getting, 17 Banana Republics, 13 Anthropologies, and 3 Lululemons. But you've lost the charm of what you had. So I think it's just a balance for us, and I don't think, should dictate to people what they can charge, but I think we also need to say, hey, you know what? We all collectively wanted to keep a charm in our downtown area, and the TDRs were part of how you keep that charm without choking people that had these smaller businesses. And by smaller, I mean lower, they can't go higher. So I just think I'll keep saying it, because at some point, it's got to humanize it for some people.
Yeah, I don't think that works. I mean, our thing,
Well, rent control is a scary thing, Steve.
you know what I meant. But it's codifying it somehow is what really, and you can't, right?
cannot.
So
It's prohibited under the statute.
I think Commissioner Bonich's, I mean, I agree with you 100%, and we continue to say it. It's just, there's no way to enforce it, and there's no way to codify it, so.
No, but you know what? If we keep saying it, maybe we make a dent
I will
on some
continue it.
human person.
I will continue.
We are human. All righty. So we ready to vote on this one?
Sure, at the first reading, we still gotta go through.
Yep. Okay. Do I have a?
I'll move it.
And do I have a second? Poor Brian.
I'll second.
I was gonna say, we've left you out of that one. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we please call the roll?
Yes, Commissioner Bonich,
Yes.
Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey.
Yes.
Item passed on first reading 4-0.
Perfect. If I am correct, we still have M1, 2, 4, N1, and then we have hanging out 8 and 13.
Seven.
Is-
Seven.
7.
Madam Chair,
Oh.
could we,
Tell me.
if you could indulge me on 7,
We want to hit 7 first?
we have some consultants here that support us on this one, plus there's a time-sensitive nature. I just want to make sure it doesn't fall out at the end of the night, because we
let's
have
go.
to pursue a grant, and this step has to be taken, and we have a deadline on that grant, so if it's possible,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Item 7, a resolution of the Mayor City Commission of the City of South Miami, Florida, adopting the Safe Streets and Road for All SS4A South Miami Safety Action Plan, including its associated safety policies, procedures, and project recommendations.
Okay. All right, Alex Munoz, Public Works, and we have Chris Benitez here from Stantec. I'm just going to kind of do a quick introduction here on this item. You all had a presentation on this already a couple of months earlier. So this is what you have here today. We have, obviously, the project team is here, which you'll see shortly. The history of this is you have reviewed it. The city started this back in 2024 and 2025. We're going to go through what this is, which is the work that was done to identify safety issues throughout the city. At the end of this, we have a list of projects, which I think is important for the commission to see and understand. I'm going to talk about that in a second. And we also have policies and recommendations, which are important, and Chris from Stantec is going to cover those. This is the project team. I'm not sure why they put me on there, but it makes it better. And we do want to thank Stantec. They have been a great partner in this, and some of their team members are here as well. They've been a great partner and very patient with us and very creative in getting this done. So what is the safety action plan? You have this here in front of you. The main goal here is to find area where drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists face the most risk. If you recall, this was presented to you. They looked at data, obviously. They've also gotten input from folks that live in the city through surveys and getting feedback. This is done based on a system that's already in place. They're going to talk about fixing the problem. That's identifying those trouble spots and recommending projects. That's what you're going to see here. There could be all different types of projects, and you're going to see a lot of that. Some of these are already in the works, and others are going to be new projects for us. And then I talked about policies. That's something that is as important as the actual projects, to making sure we have the policies in place, that as we grow, as we do new projects, even some of the discussions we're having today, those safety considerations are put in place. If you recall, you saw the map about hotspots in the streets. This is when we were in front of you, and you saw the safety analysis, and it was based on the high injury network. So you see here what's been done since that meeting. That meeting talked a lot about where the problems were, and we discussed the streets and some of the areas and some of the neighborhoods where they're greatly impacted. And Chris is going to talk about the statistics of where most of the accidents occur. We'll remind you of that. So here, the goal again, as I mentioned, is to have present you with the solutions for these problems that have been identified. And I'm going to bring up Chris at this point. He can talk a little bit about the details here that you see. This is not new information, but this is what was presented before. One of the things that I wanted to mention is we're on a little bit of a timeline, as the manager said, because the grant process was moved up. That wasn't part of our original timeline. Our original timeline was to have something done for the budget, which is why we're here now. However, the grant deadlines were moved from July to now the end of May. So we have to move this forward, and hopefully with successful consideration from the commission, we'll be able to move forward and apply for some of the grants to offset some of these projects. These projects won't be done in 1 year. It'll take several years to get these different projects done. So with that, Chris, the floor is yours.
Good evening, commissioners. All right. This safety action plan, it is one important consideration. It's funded by FHWA's Safe Streets and Roads for All SS4A grant program. This is specifically with the planning grant program. The planning grant program, they also have the implementation grant, which I'm going to talk a little bit about at the end of the slides. But this action plan was developed by the planning grant. So the main focus of this is to, or at least the goal, is to eliminate fatalities and serious injury crashes. How do you do that? So one of the methods with this SS4A program is to look at the data, the data-driven process, and also obtain community consent. So one of the ways that this is achieved is to evaluate the crash data, develop that high injury network. Also looking at the risk-based network, those are locations that may have an elevated crash risk. And that could include locations depending on roadway characteristics, land use characteristics, demographics, activity centers. We also, as part of the development of the safety action plan, there's community-based inputs, which Alex was talking about. We have a webpage set up. We conducted a survey, an interactive survey where the community, an interactive map-based survey where the community provided input at specific locations to provide their feedback. And we worked with a communication team to get the word out of the survey through different channels, Facebook, Instagram, the city's communication process as well. And also as part of this plan, there's an emphasis on looking at KSI, which is fatal and serious injury crashes. These all go into the hopper to identify the foundation for the recommendations, which are project locations, and types of treatments. So some of the key findings from the analysis, one of the key findings is 89% of the fatalities and serious injury crashes have occurred in 10% of the roadways within the city. So this is an important statistic because this helps the city to focus the limited resources at those locations that have a high demonstrated safety concern. The safety analysis also helped to identify some of the key emphasis areas, which goes into identifying safety countermeasures at any of the project locations. These engineering countermeasures, they're organized into addressing those emphasis areas. So there's intersection-based type improvements, signalization, mid-block treatment, speed management. That was a community concern. Lighting as well. And the big takeaway is the Safety Action Plan has a chapter that's dedicated to these engineering countermeasures, these safety countermeasures. It's not an exhaustive list of different countermeasures. And for each of these project locations, they should consider other additional countermeasures or modifications to those countermeasures based off of any site-specific evaluations for each of those project locations, agency coordination, cost considerations. The one other idea to keep in mind is that these countermeasures, they're all consistent with FDOT design criteria, proven safety countermeasures. We coordinated with the county about these countermeasures. They're on board with it. They implement these types of countermeasures in the county. So we have the buy-off from the county, FDOT. And these countermeasures, the other takeaway is that the countermeasures are what's used to inform the different improvements at each of the project locations. So the project locations that have been identified from the safety analysis, they were organized into different tiers. Tier 1, these are locations that have a documented fatal and serious injury crash. Tier 2, locations that are part of the high injury network. And Tier 3, locations that are part of the risk-based network. So this provides a balance of locations identified with crash data, but also locations that are more intended for proactive safety planning. And from there, there was a total of 27 project locations identified for the Safety Action Plan, organized into the Tier 1 and Tier 3s. The locations include a mix of intersections, corridors, mid-block crossings. There was an overwhelming number of intersections that were identified from this because intersections are one of the emphasis areas from the study. It's an emphasis area in the Florida Strategic Highway Safety Plan, and it's a location where there's an interaction between vehicles, bicyclists, and pedestrians, which bicyclists and pedestrians, another emphasis area, those are vulnerable road users. So there are a lot of intersection-based locations that have been identified from this plan, including US 1 corridor and intersections, Sunset Drive, several intersections within the downtown area, which is a higher activity area for bicyclists and pedestrians. The locations also include a mix of jurisdictions. So there's city roadways, there's county and FDOT facilities. The jurisdictional context, it's an important consideration for the implementation of the project. City locations are going to have a more direct implementation pathway. And in fact, we're actually already working with the city on connecting those projects with a capital improvement program, such as the Sunset Drive Improvement Project. County and FDOT locations, they're going to require an additional layer of coordination, reviews, approval, partnership agreements. The project locations include a mix of different cost categories and complexities. So there's projects that includes lower cost improvements like signing and pavement marking, traffic signal upgrades, crossing enhancements, to the more larger profile projects such as a raised intersection. So, but the main takeaway, the safety action plan includes a table with each project location that has all of these elements, and also an implementation approach for each of these projects to help inform the next steps for those projects, and also it gives the city an opportunity to explore funding opportunities for those projects. So there's location-based recommendations, and then there's the policy and process recommendations, which are more of the systemic type recommendations. Policy and process recommendations, they give the city a framework for continuing to address safety as part of the decision-making for the future. So this includes, well, in the safety action plan, it's categorized as leadership type of recommendations, transparency and progress, which is it's a requirement in SS4A for transparency and progress, engineering, education and outreach, and enforcement. An example of a few of these, one of the recommendations is to designate a city safety champion or coordinator to help continue moving the different pieces of the action plan forward. Another recommendation is analytical performance measures to continue monitoring the progress of safety in the city, and ensuring that projects keep on getting implemented. There's also recommendations to integrate safety into the resurfacing and capital improvements plan for future projects in the city. Education and outreach activities include like bike rodeos, that's something the city's already conducting, and enforcement activities, coordination with enforcement, with, the city's police department to potentially do targeted enforcement at those high-risk safety locations that were identified from the plan. So today, the main goal today is we're here to request adoption of the safety action plan, and really what it provides is one, it's a data-driven, community-informed process to help identify the safety improvements to make the streets a safer place. It includes project locations, safety strategies, policy recommendations, implementation approach, and funding opportunities or identify funding opportunities. At least it sets it up to pursue funding opportunities. And one of those funding opportunities is the SS4A implementation grant, which the deadline is next week for this grant. One of the requirements for this implementation grant is an adopted safety action plan. So what's continuing right now is the safety action plan. Well, I should say after the safety action plan. Some of the things that are going to continue. The city's already implementing a lot of these project locations and connecting that with a capital improvements plan. And one of the main projects that's being prioritized is that US 1 at-grade crossing study. So that's going to help support some specific treatments, potentially build upon what we have in the action plan already. The other continued activity is there's going to be continued implementation planning for this action plan, for the recommendations. And what that means is essentially we're going to be working with FDOT in the county on refining the implementation pathway for a lot of these projects recommendations. We're going to be working with the TPO on looking at other funding strategies. We're going to work with other city departments to identify if there's any other policy process recommendations that could be incorporated with the action plan. So with that, I'm finished with my presentation. Thank you very much, and I'm open for some questions.
I'm sure you're going to get them from everybody. Okay, Commissioner Rodriguez, wait, are we okay?
No, it's all right.
Is the slide that important?
It's the actual projects.
Oh, okay, I'm like, what are we looking for?
So I could ask Alex, how much is the grant for?
There's different amounts. We are gonna apply for the priorities that were the most serious conditions. At least 500,000 we're gonna apply for. There's different tiers, as you saw here. And so we're gonna go after the first two tiers, which was gonna be over 500, probably, near $1 million. But there's not a set number. It's open in terms of what we can apply for.
And that money is used to actually not just do studies, but also actually do like
Implementation.
Implementation?
Yes, it's for implementation, yes.
Okay.
I mean, some of it might be designing an implementation,
Correct.
but not studying at this point.
Okay.
It's going to be mostly focused on design and actual project implementation. Yes, in some cases, you might need a study because you got to capture, data.
There's always a study.
There's always a study.
There's always a study.
You know that. So there is a list of projects, and you can see that there's, dollar amounts there that describe, I know it's small, but it is available to you, so you could see where some of the problem areas that were pointed out and some of the recommended fixes. So this gives us a really good list to build on for the next couple of budget years. We're gonna, like you asked, good question, what are we gonna pursue? We're gonna pursue the first couple of tiers of priorities.
Great. I mean, the importance for me was implementation.
Yeah,
This
no.
is money from, great.
Yep, they've done the work of identifying the problems, so now we can move to the implementation side.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Kaya, do you have any?
Yeah, I do. Thank you for the presentation. I think that, and we're all looking for action, right? I think the plan speaks for itself. I have questions specifically on the FDOT and the county projects. What we've seen in the past is I don't want to use reluctance, but the inability to move forward and implement a lot of the corrections. We've had corrections for ADA studies. We have implementation studies from the county and FDOT on a variety of different things on US 1 corridor. What do you suggest, or how do we get the process going with FDOT to make sure, because US 1 is the major corridor, and all the X's and all the greens that we saw is made on US 1. What is a suggestion from you guys on how we can implement a lot of the stuff on FDOT, for example, on US 1?
So one of the things with the action plan, a lot of the potential treatments, these are kind of like a starting point of, painting the canvas. These treatments, they're consistent already with FDOT criteria. So that already provides a certain level of comfort with them. However, there is definitely a lot of work to be done for the implementation of those projects with FDOT or even the county. And I would say one of the things that we always do with projects is we like to, with FDOT involvement, we like to have early coordination meetings with them. Just to get a sense, show them this is what we have with the action plan, these are some of the ideas we have. What do you all think? What do you think are the next steps are, to get this implemented or to have this considered? So it's all about having those conversations with them.
I would assume they would be having all that stuff we have the underline that we've had to coordinate with FDOT all the way across the board. The metro station, the bus systems that we've had south of Dayland. I would just imagine that there's been a lot of consideration from FDOT how to do this corrections, the safe plan, the zero plan that goes all the way across the county. I just feel like, for example, a lot of the next steps that we have here is consider the US 1 a grade study. What is that? What is I really don't know what that is. What is the grade study at US 1 that you guys have in the next steps here?
So the US 1 at grade study is a study that the city of South Miami is going to be conducting, where it's going to be a detailed evaluation at each of the intersections along US 1 within the city's limit. And it's going to include, the detailed evaluation is going to include traffic evaluations, safety evaluations, evaluating potential treatments and working with FDOT on the solutions to see what they would be open to incorporating on their system.
Commissioner, if I,
Director General, is
I
this
wanna
the
step in on that
conversation-
one a little bit.
Yeah, can you
To-
elaborate? Is it,
Yeah.
does it have to do, because like, I feel like we have so many things going on.
Yes.
So is this something that we spoke about with the traffic studies or the traffic study that we want to do that has the 3 different zones that we've identified throughout the city?
It's related to that. The at-grade study specifically, and unfortunately, it's been a prolonged process on getting a contract from the US DOT. That's actually has been in the budget now for 1 or 2 years, but at least the last year. And what it is to look at all the intersections on US 1 that belong to, in the city, from 80th to Red Road. We've talked about it, the Taco Bell, the pharmacy turn, all of those. So we're looking at all of those to see safety improvements on everything, pedestrians, cars, obviously, and bicycles, and how to improve those crossings there. We've actually, to your point, you already asked about the county and FDOT. On those, between Patricia and myself, we've reached out to the county already to at least start on looking at some of the solutions, because they do take a long time. For example, one of them is, can we improve the crossing on 80th from the city by adding a right turn lane? What can we do on 62nd for that crossing? So that's what the study is. The at-grade study is looking at all those intersections. They're going to be doing the study, which is great because they have a lot of information already. So that will help us come up with solutions that you already said it and you know the answer. FDOT, the county, and then also some of our own solutions where we can control some of that. Some of it can get complicated. It might be right-of-way acquisition. The other part of that, which we've started discussions and we need to understand more, I talked about it briefly, I know maybe a meeting or two ago, was the lighting, the signalization, which is not something that we control. It's the county, but that's part of the conversation as to, the impacts on that crossing. But that's what the at-grade study is.
So,
Commissioner, if I remember, this goes back even when the pedestrian bridge was canceled, that the desire was to put more emphasis on looking at grade solutions and making multiple crossings safer instead of focusing on one bridge. And that's the genesis of the conversation of at-grade study. So this is, there are locations that are more than the original conversation because of additional issues of, the right turn or the left turn on the Taco Bell and things like that. But that was the genesis.
Well, I mean, if we're going to add to that, then, we have, with the initial genesis that we had, we've had developers that are doing a lot of the work as well, right? So we have Avalon Phase 2, we have Sunset Place that we can start incorporating some of these things. Like, how do we start integrating at-grade study? How do we integrate the development and traffic studies and the implementation from developers all in that same region? So we can combine forces and just have a great execution plan in the not so distant future.
So
right?
we did, the Avalon 2,
Yes,
that
that's a good
desire
example.
was, that was shared with them. Originally, their interest was to put the crosswalk on the south side. There was an interest on our team side, that it would be on the north side, and through that dialogue, that's why they come back with that crosswalk on the north side of that corner, right, where the Einstein Bagels.
Yeah.
So that coordination was done with them. Obviously, Sunset Place is in a different timeline of their project. Anything that's Red Road related, that would be a relevant conversation. So we did address 73rd Street through the Avalon Bay 2 project.
Good. And so last question. So if we're going to go ahead and consider this grade study, that's the next study that we need to consider. How long would that take to implement, do, and get ready to submit as an overall plan? And is this something that we need to start considering for our CIP budget for next year, the year after that? What integrations with when we have grants and working with FDOT, with any contributions from them? Like, what is the holistic plan that we can kind of start?
Yeah, the grant would fund the study. They've given us a proposal a while back, so the grant would fund the study. One of the things we did, manager spurned us to go ahead and start gathering the data because of the delay, so that, because in the summer you don't gather the traffic counts. So we went ahead and they're going to go ahead and get the traffic counts ahead of time so we can not have to wait till the fall to start some of the work once that grant comes in. But it's probably going to be somewhere, just because we started it, it'll be about a year from now because we're getting the counts now. So that'll help probably for 27, 28, unfortunately. But like I mentioned earlier, we're already looking at some of the solutions on 62 and on 80th to see if we get other projects in there, because it's not like we don't know that certain things need to be improved. So I think we'll be doing a little bit of that, at the same time. A little bit of both at the same time. That's for the US 1. There's a bunch of other projects in here that we could also implement.
Vice Mayor Corey, I can't see you, but do you have any questions or comments for the team here?
No, maybe just a comment. Thank you for the presentation. I know, again, these studies, they do have to lead to action. If we were going to plan it out, I think trying to put as many of those that are within the city's jurisdiction on the next budget, just because we all know we'll be able to execute those faster. Residents are always asking us to improve these conditions, but it's going to get even more challenging as we add density to the city. So every year we go by, we risk more of these incidents occurring. So I think, like I said, just as a recommendation would be to put as many of these projects that have city-based jurisdiction for next year, and then start working on the rest of them. But obviously the funds won't go out until we get cooperation with the county and FDOT.
Thank you. Okay, we're headed back to Commissioner Rodriguez.
Sorry, I agree with everything. I think Commissioner Gallo made great points, and I agree with what he said. Going a little further, we do the study, we do the grade study, we get the grants, we have all this money. What scares me, because, we've been through it, or not scares me, but we're gonna put all this time where Patricia's gonna be working, you're gonna be working, Stanton's gonna be working. Do we reach a point where the county, which we have experience, says, well, no, you can't do that?
I don't know, it's presumptive, I think.
Or the fact that these are already locations that have been analyzed, have been identified, we have the funds, are we allowed to proceed to do the implementation? Or are we still going to be at the beck and call of the county to approve it?
Traffic control, you need approval, especially, with the timing of US 1 and the conditions. Yes, you're gonna need approval from both jurisdictions.
I think, Commissioner.
Well, not just US 1, the whole project.
I just want to put emphasis on that the difference is this is a data-driven analysis that is already contemplating, some of what supports the implementation, right? And so the difference is that sometimes going with an ask may not be supported necessarily by the data that meets their traffic management. So this is a different approach, obviously, so there'll be more data-driven, and as the consultant mentioned, some of these things may have already FDOT-centric if it relates to FDOT. So could it happen? Yes. But I think this puts us in a better position to argue, what is needed based on, the analytics.
Okay, hopefully, hopefully we can get it all done.
Okay, thank you. I have one question/comment. Everything that is on that list that was popped up before are essentially main roads. If we hear the majority of the feedback, though, from our residents, they're usually secondary roads. And I know that, if I understand what you said, we're trying to kind of take a top-down approach, but it seems like we're, US 1 is humongous. We're looking at, Bird Road, humongous, Miller, humongous, US 1, humongous, and, this is gonna sound terrible. They're not our roads.
Yep.
We don't control them. So we're working for somebody else. We're trying to fix US 1, guess what? US 1 is not ours. And so while we look at this list, and this list is fantastic, as a resident, I look at that list and I go, what have you done for me lately? The answer is zero. Zero, because US 1 doesn't belong to South Miami. But you want South Miami to do the work, get the money, put in money, I'm sure, because that's always the case. Nobody's saying, let me just give you everything. You take care of it, but I'll give you everything. I've never seen that as long as I've been sitting here so far. So my question is, where are the priorities for our residents? Are we handling those separately? Like, is there a separate pot of money for that?
So what I would say is that the data doesn't lie. This approach is really providing where the problem really is at the end of the day. This is not necessarily about volume of cars, this is about those that result in serious, fatalities and or serious injuries. And the fact remains that those roads, whether they're arterial or not, are the ones where, as you said, 10% of the roads are, because those accidents are not necessarily occurring in the interior roads, right? The data just doesn't support it. It doesn't mean we're gonna ignore, right? The resident says, we have too many cars on our street. But at the end of the day, when you look at the data for fatalities and serious injuries, there are limited roads where this is occurring. And so the program is trying to make a huge dent on reducing fatalities and roadways and serious injuries. So obviously the strategy is that you would apply your dollars to where the data is taking you, meaning this is where it's happening. Putting money over there where nobody has died or been hurt may seem a little bit counterintuitive when you have this road over here and that's where you have so, it doesn't satisfy the perception of a problem for a resident. They're still gonna live with that perception the next day. So yes, there could be traffic calming initiatives that we do. This program specifically is to reduce fatalities and injuries, and the data is telling us where that's happening.
Okay, so
right?
then essentially these are two different things then that we're talking about. This
Well-
program for like people dying and running over pedestrians and that kind of stuff, and then another program that we're.
Perception of a problem.
Thank you.
Perception of a problem that is real for that resident because a certain amount of cars are going by that street. It just hasn't resulted in serious injuries, fatalities. Somebody say, well, you want to wait till it happens? That argument could be said in any road in USA, right? I mean, I've lived this issue my entire life. So fully understand the reality of a resident in an interior road and their experience. This program is very analytical as to where the problem is, so you can put your dollars to work, so you have the greatest reduction in fatalities and injuries. I mean, that's just at the end of the day, right, if I boil it down. That doesn't mean that the interior roads are gonna be ignored, but there's certainly, that's not where some of these serious things are occurring.
And I would just add to that, just looking at the numbers of the list, the 3 tiers that are here, there's 27 projects, 10 are city only of the 27.
Okay.
So
10 are city-only projects, the other ones are county-city overlap. So we'll have to work through those. And we put 2 issues together here. We put the study for safety, and we talked about US 1 because there's a lot of overlap.
So to take your concept further, what we have done is divide the city in zones, and I want to focus from a traffic management plan so that we're not doing the one-off, because all we do is push traffic to the next street.
Exactly.
And so we have divided the city in zones to conduct traffic studies that generate, that are related to that ecosystem within that zone. And the first step towards that is getting traffic counts, because you got to support it with traffic counts. That'll lead to a traffic study. Those are, to deal with some of the interior cut-through traffic, volume, maybe some excessive speed, and those will, at some point generate some implementation of traffic calming. So we're not necessarily going to wait 10 years till we finish this one and then focus on that. So we have a dual track
Okay.
approach with traffic studies that encompass areas outside of these roads.
Thank you. Alrighty, are we ready to call this one?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll move the motion.
thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Well, there we go. Okay, well, Commissioner Kaya beat you. So we've got a motion and a second. Can we please call the roll?
Yes, Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonish?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Item passes 4-0.
Okay, do we have any preference on how we want to hit the rest of them, or do I just go straight down the line?
We just have one resolution left.
I'm sorry?
We just have one resolution left.
Okay, is that number 8?
Yes.
All right, let's read number 8, please.
Item 8, a resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of South Bend, Florida, approving the second renewal amendment to the professional services agreement with New Hope Corp., Inc. for unhoused outreach support program services in amount not to exceed $30,076.80, authorizing the city manager to enter into the second renewal amendment for such services.
Do we have any discussion on this? Anyone need to say anything, or are we good to vote?
Brian has.
Corey, what's it say?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Brian, I covered you with my computer.
If I could just say that I wanted to thank the commission for initiating this last year. In the last 2 biannual census counts we've had, there have been fewer than 3 people unhoused, chronically homeless. So I definitely appreciate your efforts last year. When I started here 5 years ago, that number was 15. The problem will only increase as we attract more people to the city. So I think these services will continue to bear fruit. So thank you.
Thank you very much for spearheading this. Okay, are we ready to go?
He should move it.
Yes, we have someone that will move this. Would you like to move it for us?
Yes, please.
Okay, do I have a
I
second?
move the motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we please call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Kaye?
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
Yes.
Commissioner Bonish?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey?
Yes.
Item passes 4-0.
Okay, am I right in thinking we have M1, 2, 4, N1, and number 13?
And we have the minutes, the city manager report, and all.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm talking about, like,
Oh, yeah.
other than that.
Oh, yes.
Yes. 13 was deferred? No, 12 and 14? Okay. Sorry.
Madam Commissioner, for M4, we have someone in the audience that's left. That's probably the only public
Okay.
one. Maybe we should take that. if
Let's
you don't mind.
tackle that.
M4, Commissioner Rodriguez, Green Task Force, purpose and usage.
All right, thank you. So on this one, I had a meeting with a couple of the Green Task Force members, and their feeling is that they are not really being used for what the Green Task Force is used for. Pretty much, the Green Task Force is consists of 7 members. I mean, it's too late to read but so what other suggestions are if the kind of like what we did with the historical board, where we're allowing them to review certain items because it just pertains to it. In speaking with it was Sally and Helene, some of the buildings that are going up with the trees around it. I mean, the Green Task Force is probably best suited to identify what trees, should go there, or at least review it and give their recommendation to us as far as what, landscape, the sustainability, all of it. Just, if we're not gonna use them, then why have the board, basically, is.
Commissioner Kaye, would you like to say anything on that?
Yeah, look, so I've spoken, and Noah, please come up whenever you get a chance just to give us your feedback. You've been on the board for a while. You're not a resident, but it feels like you are a resident. You love the city of South Miami. But I've been to a couple of the meetings with Noel and the rest of the team. I think we can do a better job of using our boards. I'm not necessarily going to say that they need to pick trees, but
No, not pick.
I know that's what you said. I know what you meant, but what we need to do is we identify, and I think we've done that. I think that we have a landscape plan that we've developed. I think that got presented to you, a tree ordinance that we guys have been working on, that we've been legislatively trying to figure out how to implement it. We've had design requirements that we've had from a tree perspective, a streetscape plan that's coming down the pipeline that we want you guys to review. I think the idea in the places that we need to start doing that, and now we have a liaison that's going to be joining the meeting as well from the city. I think we're going to improve it so we could get more feedback. I think systematically the board needs to understand what's coming down the pipeline, how much time and effort they can put on it, and to give us that feedback in a good, reliable time, right? I mean, nothing against the board, but the tree ordinance took a while, right? It took, from beginning to end, it took a while. And that's great because it's just a legislative change. But things have progressed so fast lately with the landscape plan or the streetscapes plans that we kind of need that a little bit faster and a little bit more progress, but we love the second eyes from the community, and that's what you guys represent. I don't know what you think, or like what else can we do to work better together, the organization and the board, the commission, and staff in general.
Okay, Noel Cleveland, 5990 Southwest 50th Street, and I also have 5994 Southwest 50th Street, which is in South Miami. So
sorry.
I am a South Miami.
See, guys, that's the reason that South Miami is like that. There's one house that is and one south that isn't South Miami. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm both.
And just for the record, you want to be part of South Miami and the other house as well. right?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think one of the first things we want to think about is when we say green task force, are we just talking about trees? Should it be the tree task force? Or is this term green intended to be looking at the environmental impact on all sorts of decisions that the city works with?
Correct.
And so, you know, when you start talking about what's the role here? Are we just gonna be a landscape committee? I don't know. You tell me.
No, the idea is that we do a resiliency plan, something green, that the green is incorporating everything,
Sure.
right? So originally, you guys worked on the solar panel initiative back in the days with Phil Stoddard, right? Right now, Sarami's working on, Director Cabrera is working on the new initiative that we're trying to replace and better the solar power initiative with what we're trying to do with the resiliency plan.
Yeah, and the cool roof. I mean, there's
All
all
those.
sorts of things. yeah.
Right, so, and you guys have reviewed that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but we are kind of working.
Right, but
on it,
I just wanted to, I don't want to put us in this box where all we're gonna do is look at
No, I agree
trees,
with you.
know, I mean, that's
don't-
what we've been working on,
Yeah,
and
I
that's
agree with
great.
you. I agree with you.
But I see there's a lot of needs to work on sustainability, mitigation projects, and, you know, to have some people that are focused on that, I think is really helpful to the city.
What can we do to improve it, in your opinion?
Probably need to be, so lots of times we find out things at the very end when they come on the docket. So if you're looking for information to help, we're a resource to be there to help you. And so, you know, to say, here, we finished, it's like, is that good or not? That doesn't seem to me to very good use of our resources.
I agree with you, and I'm sorry, I mentioned the trees because it was just one
Yeah, no,
aspect of it. Like,
yeah.
when a new project comes up, you know, it's just, do we have enough tree coverage? It's as a matter of the Green Task Force just advising and recommending, look, we don't feel that there's enough coverage. We should keep the shade trees on 57th Court that are existing, because they're good. Things like, recommendations like that. On the other hand, I know you know a lot about composting. I know there's been talks about composting and starting that program and all that. Those are things that I think that the Green Task Force can take on. And, you know, we had even our parks plan. I
Right.
believe that's something that you guys can review and give recommendations, because ultimately, a lot of the people that sit on this board have a lot of knowledge on not just trees, but the environment. So that's what the purpose of me bringing this up was, how can we better use the Green Task Force? Because right now, they just feel like, why are we in existence? It's kind of the truth. So that's why I brought it up, is what do we feel we can do? And again, maybe go back and talk to the rest of the board members and put together a list or something where we can say, you can bring back to the commission saying, look, these are things we would like to do, and we think that the board can do as an asset to the commission, to give recommendations. And then we can assess that and move forward, I think would, I don't know, what do you think?
Right, and I have one suggestion here with the road studies that you're looking at anyway. If the ultimate goal is really to save lives, then I think you really need to think out of the box on this. Because has anybody been to London recently? You know what the speed limit is over there?
I have no idea.
Whole city, it's 20 miles an hour.
They also have camera enforcement all over.
How about Paris?
the
Anybody
city.
been to Paris? You know what the speed limit is there? 20 miles an hour. How about Rome? 20 miles an hour. You know why? Because the best way to save lives is you slow people down. And all the projects you're talking about here are great projects. I don't have a problem with any of them. But they're going to take a long time and a lot of money to implement. You change the speed limit, it becomes an enforcement issue for the police because people aren't going to like it. But I'll also tell you, and this is data driven, if you're at an intersection, it takes you more than 2 stoplights to get through an intersection, the speed limit doesn't matter, because all you're doing is stopping and starting and stopping and starting. You look at the average throughput speed, that's going to be what will determine the maximum speed limit that road can handle. And I say that as a cyclist. I've got about 100,000 miles of commuting on the streets, not on bike lanes, but on the streets, because that's where I went to work. So there would be plenty of times when I would leave my house and I'd see one of my coworkers on the street. By the time I got to work, we were there at the same time. So the speed limit only matters on US 1. That's going to be a problem. I don't know what to do, but people aren't going to like it. But all I'm saying is, thinking outside of the box, I know you're going to walk away and say, I'm glad that guy sat down. But thinking outside of the box is to realize that there's a lot of solutions, and some of them are very simple. This is retraining our brain, but if London and Paris can do it, why can't we? That's all.
Let's give Vice Mayor Corey a moment to speak as well, because I know he probably has something to say with.
You're muted.
Yes, thank you. So I did also have a meeting with Sally Phillips, and I thought, based on our conversation, some of the challenges that they have is that they meet once a month. So having them be a part of, commenting on applications or resolutions, that might be a challenge, but maybe something we could consider is having them comment on ordinances either through first or second reading. To be honest, everything impacts the environment no matter what we do. For the most part. So if it's our legislative policy that's going to be codified, it might be good to just have those options available for them to comment and then to put in advisory the same way we have advice from other boards. If we want to give them some sort of standardization along with the other initiatives that they're working on. Just a thought.
Well, I mean, if we look, thanks, sorry. I see the mayor's not here, and I just want to talk. He always talks. The Green Task Force has its duties, right? So it's the development of goals, coordination of green building issues, supportive integration of green building energy and water efficient practices in the city, which, by the way, that's what we're working on collectively, right? So this whole plan, you want to speak? So the last thing before you speak is develop and oversee green building, which is what we're working on, and the initiatives to promote LEED certifications and develop a green building compliance guide, which is all the things that we're working on now, so.
Madam Chair, could I?
Of
Yeah, because
course.
thank you for reading off that list. At the end of the day, an ordinance was passed that said these are the duties, right? And pretty much all 6 or 7 have to do with some sustainability initiative, meaning green, which has been part of the Sustainable Development Ordinance. The other one has to do with the master tree plan for the city. So those things have been part of. The issues, are there different opportunities? Is there enough being done in these areas as a city? That's a question. But when you look at the duties, the items that have been brought before, where the landscape master plan, certainly they're working on the tree master plan, the sustainability ordinance, fall within the duties of the existing ordinance. If the duties are going to be changed, then that's a policy discussion of how this group is going to be utilized. But I think that the sustainable has been a more recent effort. There probably hasn't been enough of initiatives that fall within these 7 duties based on the work that we're doing, other than the sustainable and the landscape master plan and the tree master plan that I know there's been drafting an ordinance and it's going between staff. And so I would focus on what these duties are, which is established by ordinance. And then figure out, okay, I mean, are we really going to do some of these things that are on there because it was passed some time ago, many years ago, and revisit that and have an understanding, because that was how they were purposed. And there may not be enough initiatives within that, and that's what's driving a little bit of, okay, there's a void, maybe there's not enough to do. Well, there's not enough initiatives that fall within these 7, right? So I would suggest that, to have a more concentrated effort as to what really is, and it's been quite a while, so it behooves everybody to take a look at how they were formed and for what purpose and what the duties are, and just revisit that role.
Okay, let's have our director speak, and then I want to make some comments as well.
I just wanted to give you some additional information with what the manager just added, is that we did take the sustainability ordinance to the Green Task Force. We took the landscape master plan to the Green Task Force. We actually had the consultants present to them. So we also had Public Works present to the Green Task Force and to listen to the Green Task Force's concerns about, what's going on with our parks. I believe Parks was also there. I don't know if you remember, Alex, but they talked about the composting, what's going on in Pinecrest. The Public Works Department has a composting initiative. So, we brought what staff has initiated to the Green Task Force. I don't know if it was a requirement, but we did go through the Green Task Force for all of those. I don't know if it's that they want to actually, for us to implement, maybe if you have initiatives for us to look at, then that's different, because I don't think we've had that other than the tree, right? The tree removal, the tree ordinance. So, and that we've sent to the landscaping master plan consultants so that they make sure that they put that and that it's coordinated with the landscaping master plan. They're actually going through right now, going through the code to make sure that all of it is consistent. So I just don't want it to seem as that, staff hasn't been bringing things to the Green Task Force. We just don't have something every month that's, an initiative that's, brand new and shiny and exciting.
Yeah, and I also met with our former mayor, Phillips, and my commentary to her was probably different than your conversation with her. I think that there are certain, groups like, DRB planning, whatever. We have 1 million of them on the books, and as a matter of fact, when I first came on board, I said we should clean this out, get rid of some. There's some that haven't had people for 20 years. There's some that meet that there's nothing to do. And I think that when the Green Task Force was put into play, it might have had, if you look at exactly what the city manager just said, it might have had a bunch of different things to do. I don't think that's the case right now, or even in the near future, because we've taken those initiatives and we've actually done them all.
Correct.
So I say, if, maybe instead of having them meet every month to, not move things forward, maybe it's on an as-needed basis or a quarterly meeting. And if they need more, then they call those meetings. I hate to think that we're wasting people's time. And I think that that's one thing that you as a group need to look at and say, hey, you know what? Do we need to meet every month? Can we make it quarterly unless it's needed for something else? I think sometimes we do a great job of reaching out to our teams. I think sometimes we do a good job and sometimes we maybe don't do such a great job. But we have to be critical when we are talking about these different groups and say, is this actually serving what the city needs right now? And that might not be a comfortable conversation, but it's a conversation that I think has to happen.
I can share one item that we're working on that will go through the Green Task Force, but we're doing the research right now, putting together, which is composting. And we are working with a particular vendor on how the program would work. We have a proposal, so we're fine-tuning that to kind of get an idea of, what are the options on how they would deliver something like that. That would go to the Green Task Force to have their views and eyes on it and give their opinion on a program like that, because there's different options to roll that out. So that's something that we're working on that will make it to the Green Task Force. I can't think, there may be some other initiatives that I can't think of off the top of my head that we would, but there may not be enough of these things going on, and that's where you have these voids of, hey, we're here to help, and there's not enough coming our way, so.
Well, the other initiative, sorry, Commissioner, the other initiative that I thought about was the streetscape plan, where we just saw the latest study from the streetscape plan that we have a lot of trees that are either in bad shape, need to be removed, or are in so-so shape that we should remove. And also to just have community input on, if I forgot the guy's name, but the guy that comes here for the trees all the time, Jason, and he has a good understanding of what we're trying to do, and just to get that feedback, whether we all accept it or not, like at least we have as much feedback as we can, make a decision and move forward. That's what I see these type of boards for. More of a specialized board that has an understanding of trees and green energy and do research. I know Noel does research all the time and is constantly going to the county and advocate for a lot of green initiatives throughout the county. So I want to have those ears and I want to have those eyes there. So I think it's important, whether they meet once a week or once a month, like that's something we need to discuss. And all the initiatives that we want to go put into that, we should discuss that as a need basis.
Commissioner, I think the manager and Commissioner Bonich put it perfectly. Back when this was done, which was like the manager said, this was put together a long time ago. All the initiatives that are on this paper of what they're responsible for are basically about to be completed.
Yep.
Right? So that leaves you with nothing really to do. So I think maybe a way of moving forward is, because we all feel that we can use you and we want to hear your recommendations, is set future initiatives for the board and change these initiatives, because they're done. The sustainability, the tree ordinance, everything you were required to do when this board was set up, it has been done.
Which,
So
more power to you.
yeah. So yeah, the options are have a difficult conversation and say, do we need this board anymore? Or maybe the board comes to us, the Green Task Force comes to us and says, look, these are initiatives that we would love to work on and moving forward towards the future. With the growth of the city, the growth of, the streetscaping, like Commissioner Kaya said, and all that. I think you guys would know more of I think you guys would know more of what's important and what's coming to work on for the city, and then provide that to us. And then possibly change what the duties are of the task force. I mean, what do you think of that?
Okay, so can we kind of close this one out, because we
Yeah.
still have to do all the other stuff?
Oh, no?
Okay, so I think it's safe to say in the end of this discussion, we want them to maybe
Yeah.
say, hey, what do we see coming down the pike for
No,
new
can you do that?
initiatives?
Like, set up what initiatives you feel are important to work on for the city for everything that's coming down the pipeline for the next few years.
And then maybe as a group decide, do you still want to meet monthly? Do you want to meet quarterly? Do you want to meet as needed so
Well,
that,
Can I make another recommendation? Our job is to do legislative changes. So what I would recommend is let's go look at the duties that are currently in our legislative, for the Green Task Force, and go modify that so we can add those specific things of duties, and then we can reconvene and start implementing that.
Well, that's the issue, they're done, like,
Yeah, they're done.
we've pretty much completed all of them.
No, that's what I'm saying. So anything that's new that's coming, that we add it to the.
Oh,
new
yeah,
duties.
100%, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
perfect.
All right.
Alrighty, so now we have M1 and M2. I imagine that is you, Alex.
Hello.
M1,
Again. M1.
report on green waste diversion pilot program.
Yes. So we have a little presentation here just to guide the discussion on M1, really short, 3 slides. But just to set this up, over the last year, we've talked about solid waste a lot. And one of the topics that we always hit when we talk about solid waste is cost containment. There's an option available to us now that's been available, quite honestly, which is garbage has to stay in the county system, as you probably recall. However, green waste, trash waste, can go outside of the county system, and that can be taken to private landfill. So there's an opportunity with the landfill in Medley that's operated by Waste Management. They have lower rates. So we've been looking at, this is very preliminary, but we've been looking at potentially doing a partnership, not a partnership, a pilot program to go there. And wait a minute, hold on a minute, this is 2, that's 2, wrong one, M1. M1. Sorry, that says the green slide, there you go, that's the one. Okay, so this is the one, green and clean. So this is an opportunity to divert the green waste. So what we've been looking at is going to Medley, which it is a longer distance. However, because of the wait times, you can go here to the next slide. Because of the wait times, it gives us the opportunity to actually save some money if we go there. So you see there, roughly $126,000 in savings, and basically, if we go to Medley, we don't have the transfer fee. There's a rate that's a potential rate. We have to negotiate something, right? It's as low as $62 for going there versus what we pay the county, which is $76. So we have that opportunity. If we were to go to Medley, here you have just a very high overview of the savings, the additional cost in red of driving there, which would be the cost of the vehicles, gas, additional cost in our operations for fleet maintenance. But overall, there could be a potential savings. Again, very preliminary. The difficult part of this particular program is the next one, right? Is separating and getting our residents to actually participate. So John and I have been talking about it, different ways of doing it. Coral Gables has a similar program. I think it's pretty self-explanatory there for us, but we've listed what the different requirements are for green waste and for what's not green waste. We're going to pilot this. We're going to go through 60 days or so. That's what we recommend, is go through and actually pilot it. We're not going to be ticketing people, but it would be an education process to let people know that they should be helping us separate the waste. We would go through and separate items beforehand. Certain things will still go to the transfer station right here with the Gables. And other things we would take up to Medley and see if we have that actual savings, if the drive time, even though it's a lot further, the wait time here, it's only a 20-minute difference to go up to Medley. Currently, and I've talked about this in different solid waste presentations that we've had, our crews finish pretty early based on the routes that they run. So they have the time in the day to actually do this. It's not like it's gonna, eat too much into what they do. So there's that possibility exists. This is a little outline of what we would do. We got to study, obviously, the fuel metrics, make sure that makes sense, the turnaround time, and also, verify, that the savings are actually there. This is a paper exercise at this point. It's not an actual exercise that we've done and made these runs. And then the big focus here is the ability to separate the waste and making sure that works and it doesn't become so time-consuming and increase the cost of this program. So that's something that we wanted to throw out, potential of, even if we're a little bit off, $100,000 savings, which is nothing to, sneeze at. So that was the conversation that we wanted to have on this. Mr. Manager, I don't know if you wanted to add to that at all.
Yeah, thank you. So obviously, this is very centric on cost containment. I mean, from a long-term standpoint, talking about Green Task Force and green initiatives, our idea, and we've had preliminary conversations, would be to find an alternative that better purposes, our green waste other than landfills, right? But for the near term, to take a look at this diversion, because it could be a substantial savings. And there are operational consumer behavior habits, how we may have to do things in our operations and how we pick up stuff. So there's an adjustment. So this binds us to nothing other than we wanted to go out and test it out and just kind of really get a sense of what the true operational cost is and time and queuing at the site. So something that we were going to pursue, but we wanted to share this information with you and certainly get any feedback from you.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
To the director and the city, I'm just curious, and I meant to ask you this and I forgot. How are we going to relay this message to, do you have a campaign that's going to relay this message to the residents?
Yeah, at first, they've talked a little bit about, we may just adjust our operations on our side as a first pass. Like we may, talking to Alex about it and John, they've been talking, maybe we go ahead, remove items that shouldn't be within that. Usually those are lesser items because the majority is the clippings and the cuttings. And so that we would do that ahead of, and then come back with the crane and pick up. At some point, there may be a different approach that, yes, it would be sort of a campaign, educational. If we need to change behavior, then there's be a messaging component. At first, I think maybe we may just try and sort through what's there, remove it through a first pass, and then the crane comes behind is something that we've discussed, and I know John and Alex have been talking about. So more to come on that, but wherever we need to change consumer behavior, we will. At this point, I think we want to limit that because we really want to get a sense, this is even,
Where we are.
you know, the paper holds what it holds, right? And the research is good, but what's really going to be the experience when we got to drive over there, our operational expense and so forth.
Commissioner Kaya, do you have anything?
I have a couple quick questions. How many tons of green waste do we have right now on a yearly basis, roughly?
It's about 60% of the system, 7,000 of our 11,000 tons.
7,000?
6,000, let's say, of the 11.
Did we ever look into that same system that Coral Gables was looking into for you know, their own particular system where we can do waste in our own land?
We haven't yet. The county is talking about, we haven't yet. We're waiting to see what they do and learn from that. And the county's also piloting it, and they want us to be part of that, having some meetings upcoming soon with them.
So the Gables is gonna pilot it?
I haven't checked back on what they've done, but the county is currently piloting it.
Commissioner, are you talking about?
The contained.
They have
container.
a burn box is called.
Yeah.
And that's what they want to do at the site of which they were trying to limit the extension of the lease to the county and maybe to a year, and that would be the site that they would build out to do that, and they shared that information. Could we do something like that? Yes, certainly, that's in the cards, and that was my comment before, that's the ultimate goal, to find a different means of disposing of this instead of landfill.
No, and by the way, I'm a big fan of piloting everything, whether we, you know, fail or succeed, we don't know until we know. So I'm totally for this, by the way, 100%. There is a lot of energy savings, waste savings that we can actually go through if we continue the process and learn, and if we can do it ourselves. I mean, if we spend $500,000 to go get a box, that we can go in 3 years, 18 months, 18 months, we can, you know, recuperate that money. That's a no-brainer, but I'm with you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Corey, anything?
Yeah, just that I appreciate you guys piloting this and continuing to work on this and compost and different ideas as well. Like Commissioner Kaye stated, I think we have to get very creative to keep our waste costs down and efficiency up, because both of those are kind of out of whack now on the cost and efficiency side.
Yep. Thank you. And so for me, I only have one comment. Well, first, I think it's a great idea. The thing I'm going to find very interesting for us as residents is you can put the pieces of the tree, but you can't put the stump. Like, who's going to think, oh, let me separate that stump out from the rest of the tree? So I think that we're going to have our work cut out for us in separating that, because you cut the tree and you put the tree.
Yeah,
So-
it wouldn't necessarily be the stump, but it would be like, I don't know, bookshelf, right?
No, but it said, in his slide, it says the stump can't go.
Well, some pieces might be too big, but you could cut them down, remove them. We could still take those to the dump. So like was said, it's going to be a learning process. We'll go through and see how practical it is. And then at some point, yes, there's a education campaign.
Awesome. Okay, M2.
M2. So.
And we
M2,
better hurry up, you
John,
guys. We
please.
got
Yes,
25 minutes
M2
left.
is, M2 is us getting back to you from the February 17th meeting when the commission changed the ordinance for the properties that we serve for garbage. This was the discussion, remember, Banyans and Miller in 67. So you asked a couple of questions there. Here it is. February 17th was that meeting. So the residential eligibility changed from, we serviced up to 4 properties with 3 units. You all made the decision to go to 20 units that we would service. So that's something that we're going to roll out, as we had said, over the course of the year. So the other question that you had 2 questions at this meeting. One was, what would it cost to go service between 21 and 50? I'm going to talk about that. And the other question is for the attorneys. You talked about grandfathering the possibility of Banyans and Miller and 67, yes. So here quickly, those legacy properties, Miller and 67, we service them today. Doesn't cost us additional money to service them. John and the crews did a couple of test runs just to segregate what we pick up for Miller and 67. Works out to about $5,000 a year, what it cost us for the fees. It's already part of the system, right? It's a sunk cost almost. The people are there, the trucks are there, the fuel is there. But if you looked specifically at the transfer and tipping, about $5,000. So that was on the cost side for that. If you look at taking in all of the 21 to 50 unit properties, and that's in your report there in greater detail, you have here what the cost would be. There, it's pretty significant. You have the one-time cost of $473,000. That's for the equipment and for the containers that we would have to buy. And then you have the recurring cost, roughly, again, these are rough estimates, but nonetheless, based on our real numbers, you have about $289,000 for your recurring costs between personnel, fuel, additional fees that we would pay to the county on tipping and disposal, and motor pool services, which is an estimate. So we wanted to provide you that information, and I know that the attorneys can talk further about the grandfathering if needed.
Can we hear from you guys before we comment, please?
Sure, go for it.
Yeah, I think we have a rational basis and justification for grandfathering those two properties, Banyans and Miller 67. Banyans has been serviced by the city since 1979. Miller 67 since 1973. So based on that historical service longevity, their legacy properties, we feel that you can support the grandfathering of those two sites.
Great.
Perfect. Let's roll it backwards this time and start with
If I-
Vice Mayor
and
Corey.
one more thing, if I may.
Oh.
Yeah, we would specify the cutoff date would be 1979. And those are the only two properties that we found that would qualify.
Perfect.
Great.
Vice Mayor Corey, you want to take the first bite at this one?
No, I think that's I think it's a perfectly reasonable thing to do. I think there's an established precedent for serving I don't even think there's residents around that were here before we were serving the property that still live there, but yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Gaia, anything?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner Rodriguez?
So question, so now that we have established that we can grandfather those two properties, because I feel the 21 to 50, we always said, I don't think anybody here was for that.
I don't think anybody was.
Yeah, we were.
No, that was just to answer the question of the cost.
Oh,
That was
okay.
it.
Yeah, we knew it was not doable. So now that we have that, I guess you draw up the ordinance and then bring it to us for first reading?
Yeah, it'll have to be an ordinance.
Right, and it would be based on that 1979 date,
Okay,
right?
good.
Perfect.
We're done?
We are done with that.
Well,
We're not
do-
done
do we
with the
have,
meeting.
The manager's report? I think.
Oh, we still have all of that good stuff.
I'd be happy to, in the interest of time, and letting the written report stand on its own. if you
Okay.
want.
Thank you. City Attorney's report? We're good? Okay, so then we just have the approval of the minutes. If someone can move that, please.
I'll move the motion.
Do I have a
Second.
second? Ooh, he beat
Ooh,
ya.
you were
Okay,
fast there.
we've got a motion and a second. Can we please, do we need the roll for that?
Yes, Commissioner Kaye,
Yes.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonish,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Corey.
Yes.
Okay, is there anything that I've missed?
Let me just read the board member.
Okay,
Irma Becker has been appointed by Mayor Fernandez to the Unique Abilities Board as per city charter for a 2-year term ending May 19, 2028. That's it.
perfect. And with that,
I just have an announcement. Alfredo, so I was told by the Florida Beverage Association that we got $10,000 granted to us for the recycling program in our parks. So that's awesome.
wow, that's
So that'll
great.
bring in the recycle bins and all that. Awesome.
We're working on the agreement, thanks to Erica. Erica did a fantastic job.
Okay. And we're starting with South Miami Park? Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Well, and with
Yeah.
that, we're adjourned. Good night, Brian.
Good night.
No, there's a.